Between the time when chaos broke Cadia and the return of the sons of the Emperor, there was an age undreamed of. And unto this, Kronan, wearer of the jeweled crown of Aquilonia, upon a troubled brow. It is I, his chronicler, who alone can tell thee of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure. Where mesh the gubbins and the muggins to grind between their ever-chewy gobs the flesh and bits and soul stuff of the boys and the infernal. Where roars the anus furnace, its flames cope to devour, its heat to take life with searing squittiness unto volcanic hot stuff with body bubbles that burneth. There does he find you, there does he see you. And in the seeing, does he know your heart, your behind, your backhand slice? There loiters Bashtor, the arse frame, and crumping is his gift. And so it was that our mighty hero, Kronan Da Kunnin One, lord of all of Aquilonia, had dominated his world of origin, the first of his kind to defeat the Humies in open war. The only orky enough to bring the disparate tribes of his kind together under the one banner, his banner, and his cunning war. Kronan had seen off pretenders, crushed a chaos-worshipping bag of excrement called Toba, had bested not only armies of the Humies, but even their legendary Angles of Death, the arse-starters, and their prim anus knobs. But more than this, he had been guided on his way to greatness by none other than Mork himself, the god of cunning brutality, twin to Gork, god of brutal cunning, the only two gods the orcs ever needed. And as the turn of the ages shifted again, a huge punch-up was in the offing. For the Eldar called it the Banana-Rama, some called it the Wolf Time, others the Time of Bending. But all who were in the know, well, they knew the dung was about to hit the fan. And so it was that the great gods of the orcs had chosen their own heralds, their own prophets. And Gork had moved through the auspices of his mighty son Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka, the hero of Armageddon, the crusher of the Buggins at Octarius, the bane of old Baelai. Yet Mork was hardly sitting around with his thumbs up his posterior. He had rather taken a shine to our hero, Kronan Da Kunnin One. He had gifted him with the wit to see, the will to perform that most dread of activities. For Kronan was known for his mighty cogitations. In a word, thinking. And so it was that he had outthought and outfought all he had come across. But more! Mork had sent signs and portents, had guided Kronan to the home of the orcs, to Alinor itself. And now Kronan was in possession of the first chopper, Haknien. With it as an icon of favor from the great god Mork, his authority was now unquestionable. Well, more because of his prodigious size, his known fightiness, and ability to crump literally anything he had ever seen. Kronan was the prophet of Mork. He was, undeniably, the Cunning One. And so it was that Kronan had begun a sector-spanning war, for he knew that a massive fight was being waged across the stars elsewhere, with a huge array of the armies of the Imperium to be collected. For none had many reasons for his actions these days, but surely one of the most important was a wish to pit himself against the power and skill of the Gold Ones. The armies of the Imperium were as vast as the stars they commanded, all ridiculously named, of course, but a myriad nonetheless. And some could be quite fighty when pushed into a corner. Kronan wanted to collect all of the anal minitantrum regiments, of course he did. He was not sloppy, or any lickspittle or lollygagger, and he would not sniff at a chance to beat down some of the smaller, pointy-nosed and white-haired arse-starters. But he really wanted to go through their best, the Space Marines. When he had gone through the tipplers, the marinaders, the city man-bears, and the rest, then, oh then, he might be able to unlock the Gold Ones, the best of the best, the Hume Emperor's greatest warriors, the Cuts-Oders. And this was his most cherished personal goal, an outside chance, but worth a shot. If he got them all, collected them all, then surely the Humies would have no choice but to feed him the Gold Ones. Yet, this would require for there to be a war to end all wars. For the Humies were known to have a massive empire, and they ignored or ran away from most things. So Kronan knew he had to get into the biggest action he could find, a crop of Humies that would all but guarantee the Gold Ones when you had pulled off the rest of the wrapping. And so, Kronan was now almost ready. He was about to begin his war in earnest, and crusade across the stars on a rampage of pure savagery, and of course brutality, as his great god Mork intended. Now, it must be noted that the muster itself did take a minute, for even when Kronan returned and was hailed by all to be the prophet of Mork, well, again actually, but for some reason it never got boring to Kronan, nor to Tiddles, for he would be excited when he saw his master so hailed. Perhaps it was the jubilation, the boisterous laughter, or perhaps it was because few would keep their attention on the now 10-foot ball of fanged fury, and he would be able to snaffle a few of the least effusive celebrants at the back of any crowd. Not that many would attempt to stop Tiddles in any of his snacking patterns, if truth be told, and we always like to be truthful on the Chronicles. But Kronan got knocked off with him at times when someone he was almost fond of was consumed whilst carrying something Kronan had demanded brought to him, which was quite rare actually. But Tiddles did like to attempt to be a good boy for his master, and that is a rare squig indeed. And while we are on the subject of the Wall of Hate, things had rather changed for Kronan's pet squig. His very first loyal attendant, Tiddles had been a boon time and time again. And nary had a pet ever been more loyal to their master. And as Kronan had grown, not only in station, but also in girth and stature, so too had his pet. And as Kronan was now the largest orc anyone in this sector had seen, sans the mighty prophet of Gork, of course, Gazgul, thus too was Tiddles now enormous. And this had actually caused some problems, some issues. But then, most orcs found them amazingly amusing. Well, as long as they were not on the receiving end, of course. For Tiddles was now so prodigious in his volume that he was no longer able to traverse many of the corridors, crawl spaces and avenues of the ships on which Kronan took him, and this had led to a strange situation indeed. For as Kronan would be noticeably vexed if his pet was not present, or at least the boss of bosses knew where he was. Thus had it become for Tiddles and his own pet, Happy Len. The poor grot was ostensibly the aid of Hippocrates, and actually really enjoyed working for the Pain Boy. Alas, this meant that he would be in the segments that Tiddles could not get to, and this had led to the squig getting pangs and loitering around regions that led to the confined Pain Boy's decks of the ship. And if Tiddles had to wait too long, he would either get very angry and go on a one more rampage that could slay scores, or would identify a proxy, a stand-in. A grot, or even a full boy, would be adopted by the squig, but either when it did not perform as Happy Len would do, or when Happy Len finally materialized again, Tiddles would discard his proxy. Well, he discarded them into his stomach, was a more accurate statement. So now it became difficult for Len. Because all wished him to assist Hippocrates, of course. The pain boy was working miracles on the boys. But they far more wished to be saved from the predations of a very erratic and almost neurotic huge sphere of consuming, slathering, toothy destruction. Hence Len had much pressure on him to spend increasing time with Tiddles. All, of course, while Kronan was away on another ship in the fleet, because Tiddles only really needed his emotional support grot when his master was away. It had started during the Squig Games, or more to put it, the period before, when Kronan had been captured by that scum, Tober, and his boss, Two Smasher. The Squig had fretted so badly that he followed Daka von Smashhoven to the camp of the Speedwar. But we have already heard about these details in depth. Now, Tiddles did not seem to believe in the invulnerability of his master when he was not present. And Tiddles, being a squig, was not intelligent, but on some animalistic, squiggy level. He was all too aware of how he could not simply get to another ship if Kronan was in trouble. And he pined. So he turned to his pet, Happy Len, for consolation. Now there did become a mild tension when some bosses wished Kronan would take less time visiting each new ship or flotilla that joined the gargantuan war. Well, after the right of first contact, of course, as we have discussed. All because of Tiddles. Then, of course, there was the other attendants pressuring Len. But Hippocrates was a big boss, and could be vile in his revenge if he required Len for a particularly important or fiddly process. Hence, he would release bowel-borer squigs across the ship if kept waiting too long, which was deeply unpleasant. Of course, when an embassage came to bring this up with Kronan himself, he quickly invoked the rule of 3 and began pasting them all. Not a fatal beating, but a good roughing up for certain, and that was the end of it. Being brought up to Kronan anyways. Now to grots. As we all know, they had a particular import in Book 1, but such is the will of the gods. For all in the circle of Orky strife are of import in this tale, and effectively, this is a lore channel, so it behooves me to at least pass on some gems amongst the dross of my unrelenting verbiage. And so it was that the grots were now in a rather strange position, for the energies of the war had seen them balloon in numbers across the entire gathering, and the admirals of the fleets, the individual freebooter skippers too, all found themselves practically drowning in them. None really knew why the grots were so prolific under Kronan, for he seemed to be the only variance in play, and this led to rather unorthodox approaches to meet the scenario. And thus did Kronan consider the situation in a mighty cogitation. He cleared his mind, approached the deck he had arranged for this purpose exclusively. He opened the doors and went inside. For only he could tread these hallowed floors. Well, apart from a hand-picked corps of runt herds to replenish stocks. Not stalks, mind you, as that was a definite no-no due to previous events. Stocks of grots only, capiche? And so it was that Kronan walked to the fire. Racks of writhing, sacred thinking grot covered its walls and ceiling in cages. He pulled on, well, some pulleys, and a crop came down for him. He set to taking them out, still manacled in a chain, and spread them over a huge hearth before him. He looked into the fires, and slowly roasted one by one as he absently tugged on the chain when one was spent. They were suspended over the fire by about 10 inches actually, and he would use his idle arm to slowly turn them on the spit. The moaning, the screaming, the defiance was there. The ambience perfect. He could feel it. Da Kunnin rising. And so he began to think. The grots. Why? Why did they proliferate so much under his rule? Were they linked to it somehow? Were they the epitome of canon? Not that he thought that exact sentence, but it was the general drift. Kronan considered the squigs, the snots, the squigots, as he had been trained to do on his holiday. Then boys, knobs, and finally, back to grots. After searching his soul and mind for what seemed an eternity, he came to the same conclusion as he always did. Grots? They were necessary, but tantamount to useless the vast majority of the time. And then it hit him, like a thunderbolt to the side of the head. It was not the grots themselves that mattered. It was, as with everything else, what he did with them that counted. Kronan continued his introspection. He was onto something here, for had he not deployed them in so many ways? Origotmi, thinking, origotmi, and more. And it was clear to him now, finally. The grots were multiplying, as a gift from Mork, an abundance to be used. And so it was that Kronan now knew that the morale-raising events he had brought in, Thinkmas, the Cowl's cogitation, amusement, there could be no end to the use of the little terrors. For that was just one part of the loyalty he had garnered from all of the burgeoning war, as he had before on Aquilonia. Kronan had made an effort to know as many of his war as possible. They were loyal to him, even above their own bosses in many mobs. It was because of one simple fact. With Kronan, it was never, ever dull. Kronan brought flair and fun to the event, not just cunning, and his boys loved him for it. I mean, they really adored him. Thus, Kronan added this illuminated need to the long list required to truly make a tribe, or war, of orcs continue, to make them stronger. They would need fighting, more fighting, gubbins and muggins and foodstuffs, the new addition of entertainment, and of course, more fighting. Fights and circuses, that is all he needed. But this introspection into the very soul of the orc, well, it put him head and shoulders above all other bosses. And so, thus armed with true, incontrovertible wisdom, Kronan basked in the blossoming, unfolding cornucopia of opportunities for a good giggle. All, unsurprisingly, employing vast amounts of grots. And thus, the entertainments began. Now few of the Speed War's initial core tribe had been willing to state their protestation, nor would it have done any good. But Kronan began his own squig games, but used grots instead. His boys were far too precious. He needed them. Obviously, the trials were far more basic and easier to survive than the ones that had been the initiation of the orcs. But the carnage was a roaring success amongst the knobs. He added in widely advertised Squigoth surprise events as well, which were possibly even more popular. For Kronan always liked to see if he could now take many heads with the one swing, and so it was that he not only provided sumptuous enthrallment to his people, but he kept their war skills up too. For he ordered the teleporters to be used to send thousands of the diminutive greenskins into surprise visits to the Squigoth holding pens. Of course, the Squigoths were massive and generally gnarly at being confined on ships when they were used to roaming the plains of Aquilonia. And so it was that they were startled beyond conception when bright lights flooded their pens and hundreds of the blighters, the grots, appeared amongst them. Of course, the Squigoths would rampage, stamping and goring entire phalanxes of the grots. And it could go on for hours as the Squigoths hunted around their pens for any last grot. In this way, the Squigos also kept in shape, and the mech boys improved their accuracy and efficiency in using the dreaded teleporters. And Kronan was proud. But this was only the beginning, for Kronan also arranged inter-flotilla golf matches. Now, golf was a simple acronym for an incredibly rewarding pastime. It stood for Grot Overship Live Firing. Not that anyone really understood the terms used, well, apart from grot and firing. Live as well, I guess. It's odd how you can use a term that uses words everyone individually knows, but put together, they mean absolutely bugger all, without context or prior knowledge. But in this case, it was actually rather logical, the moment one was aware of the intricacies of the sport. For entire leagues were now forming to compete. And this brought another wistful smile to the Cunning One, for his mobs were working together more and more with each event. Now the precise rules shifted quite a lot, but the crux of the matter was simplicity itself. First, there needed to be a target. So grots would be laced together and pushed out of the airlock and dangled down chains. These chains would then allow for the pouring of vast amounts of paint that would then mark the lines of the target area, as the grot chains were swung back and forth until either the paint ran out or the grots were let go to float in space, simply to see the look on their faces as they tried to continue holding their breath. And then, with target marked on their sheep, the two teams would climb onto the hulls of their respective vessels. They would then take turns in firing missiles across space at the other sheep. Of course, these missiles had helpful grots strapped to them. Now, the missiles were never powerful enough to go all of the way to the other sheep, but as there was no real inertia in the void, the grots would power towards a target. If the orcs were lucky or accurate, of course, and the grot would then splatter against the hull. Now they would splatter, as there was no real inertia, thus no deceleration. And soon, teeth were being traded in staggering amounts as the contests continued, and real team loyalty was engendered amongst the mobs. Origrotmi pinned the grot on the boomsquick, Batgrot, where grots were thrown at beefy club-wielding orcs, and the distance they could bash them into space was a decider on victory. A dizzying plethora of new activities and sports involving grots was thought up by Kronan with each passing day. And all admitted that even the interminable waiting about for the get-go was not really as bad as all that, all due to Kronan and his magnificent ideas. But why was there such a period of loitering? Simple. Kronan had a plan, but he needed to check his staff, and he needed to learn much more before he could set it into motion. He needed the right orc to be in the right place at the right time, and so Kronan had to get to know his admirals. Now, Kronan had always had a strong vein of nepotism in his allocation of tasks. He liked those he knew. Even Grinner the Backstabber was gifted with honours and responsibilities he neither had earned nor deserved, the treacherous worm. Yet Kronan did not really like to give tasks to those he did not like. Alas, he had hoped that Daka von Smashoven would be able to step up. But as wonderful as the Orc Flyboy was in atmosphere, or even in void fighter conflict, he was simply pants when it came to anything larger. He was an orc of speed. He needed the winds to be flowing through his hair squig, or to have enemies right in front of him to dance around in his acrobatic displays of aerial brutality. He was the best pilot any had ever met, ever witnessed, ever even heard of. But he was not fit to be a boss of the sheep of the line, let alone an entire fleet formation. And so it was that Kronan had to get to know the only two realistic candidates for the position, and an odd couple they were. Both had brought a thumping fleet of kill cruisers and escorts to the muster, but they were both oddies in the eyes of their lord, for they had to understand what Kronan had only just become aware of himself: the logs and sticks of war. Sidebar. Concerning war organization, logs and sticks. As the orcs always say, sticks and stones will break bones. Yep, that's it. So sticks were indeed important, and logs were the most fundamental to him now. Much as he despised it all, well, almost as much as a starving Dukari ghoul being forced to watch an entire collected special extended edition of the Care Bears or SpongeBob would. He knew the import of the movement of the many, the logs and sticks of it all. And Kronan's mind was dizzy with the complexity of it all. Luckily, if compared on a standard day with, say, a leader in near any other force that has ever existed in the long and quite horrific history of the galaxy, the orcs pretty much ran themselves when it came to a decent war. But even so, the vertigo-inducing reams of numbers, names, mobs, tribes, clans, freebooters and raiders under his direct authority, it was the stuff of legend. Now any other leader of any of the other aforementioned forces would probably take a somber moment, or potentially be haunted endlessly with the vast responsibility and dread weight of duty leading so many could inflict on any normal sentient. Whereas Kronan, despite being the cunning one, was still an orc. So he tried to take it all in, and then arrange them all much akin to a child sorting out its smarties. Yet, when the moment to move out would come, he was all too aware and ready for the activity it would elicit. He had walked the sands of Aquilonia. He had breathed its gases, had choked on its odors. He was the chosen of Mork. He had the first chopper hackney in. He was becoming, well, bigger mainly, for Kronan now dwarfed warbosses not 4 years ago he would have avoided. Oh, he would have enjoyed the scrap, nothing surer, but he would be perfectly certain of the result if it had come to it. Much like a yappy dog may growl from the safety of its owner's bag, but deep down it knows. If the Rottweiler truly wills it, both the owner and the widow Bow Wow are smears across the floor. It only need bark too long and be too annoying. Oh, there would be joyous shouting and screaming, a true furball, but the result would have been foregone. And so it was that Kronan now stood at double their size. A gargantuan big boy of legendary girth and height. To many, he would have seemed more like a square of barely contained incandescent fury, retribution, terror, and termination personified in this demi-mountain of rippling orky muscle. But, in fact, for a boss of his stature, Kronan was quite svelte, really. Well, by orc terms, anyway. Oh, he could kill anyone in the war. But he was, for a butcher of so many, who led so many, to eat so many, he was fast and nimble. Again, for a Goliath bioweapon of berserk unfettered slaughter. Anyway, it was evident to even Kronan that the more orcs there were, the more they seemed to organize themselves naturally. Pecking orders were simple, and thus there was a cohesion that he had not expected. For the orcs, though even the cunning one did not know for certain why, had been seemingly made for war. The more serious the war, the less internal strife there was. Or at the least, there was a massive reduction in the squabbling at this stage. Buggered if he knew how long this would last. He knew that his friendly frolics with the grots were also alleviating some of the tensions that would usually result from such a congregation of so many greenskins. But he needed, from his admirals, those who could understand the needs of leadership, the truth of logs and sticks, to near match his own. End sidebar. And so Kronan interviewed his prospective admirals, those who would lead his fleets when he was not present. More tedious meeting and greeting without eating, yet it was necessary. He had to know what he was working with here, because, being earnest or frank, depending on your preferences, he was not exactly bowled over by those available. The first had a meaty reputation, both in space, winning battles against many a Hume convoy and small flotilla, and on the land. Well, stations and the like, for he was notorious for causing bloody mayhem on shore leave. His devastation of so many reputable, or even thoroughly notorious drinking deads across the sector had given him the epithet Admiral Hackbar. For nary was a one left operational after one of Hackbar's colossal benders. Most were not even standing at the end of his antics. Sounds about perfect, eh? Alas, Kronan had his reservations. The orc had been in some form of a door accident, and his noggin was now vastly out of shape. In fact, he looked astonishingly daft with his bugged eyes and weird head. It seemed that he was captured in the moment the door slammed onto his head, and the wind must have changed, because his expression was always exactly the same now. Nor was Kronan really overjoyed with the name of Hackbar's flagship, the Gutless Wonder. Now some had stated that this was a regional misunderstanding, a mistranslation, because where Hackbar was from, it meant that he had pulled the guts out of the thing and festooned them over his vessel like a champ. It was a term of grit, determination, and utter supremacy. Alas, to Kronan it sounded much like something Grinner might have called the boast. And this did not sit right with Kronan. Nor did reports that stated that the Admiral was rather paranoid. He saw lures and hidden ambushes everywhere. Neurotic is what some would have said, instead of merely paranoid. Well, they would have done if they were humies. The orcs just called him a bit of a wired one. Hence, this Admiral would have limited uses. Kronan just did not think he could count on the weird-looking oddie. But then, the other candidate hardly filled him with confidence either. Never seen outside of his garish tartan trousers, the shoutiest of all for light years around, or so it was said. Many in his freebooter fleet swore that they could hear him from a half a system away, vox or no vox. They called him Grand Mouth Tartan. A fearsome, stern, and surprisingly silent type. He kept his mighty bore for his orders, and they were always shouted, like really loudly. In fact, Kronan was almost of a mind to challenge him to a battle of bawling, a long duel of epic proportions. Alas, the potential whining from bloody-eared judges this would generate put him off. Kronan fancied his chances mightily, but then Kronan had a use for this most stoic of orcs. Yes he did. Yet the Grand Mouth was not exactly a charmer. He did not seem like he had the makeup in his character to be the kind that Kronan could really rely on either. I mean, shouting was an admirable skill, which seemed apt, considering the position for which he was being interviewed. But could he truly elicit the kind of loyalty and discipline that Kronan required from the bosses of his collective boasts, his multitudinous stare-sheep fleet? And Kronan knew that this was possibly one of the most fundamentally important decisions he would make in the entirety of his life. For the orc he left in charge while he was either on a boarding action or a full invasion, they had to be trustworthy, able, and proper fighty. They had to know when to get stuck in, but also when to be cunning. For the biggest fight that they were attempting to gatecrash would be a thing of wonder. And only the truly gifted warriors amongst his people would thrive and bring victory to the war. But if Kronan had to admit it, which he didn't of course, but if he had to, then he also wanted to see two things from his boss of the fleets. Either gut-curdling fear of Kronan, yet resolved to anyone else, or a love of destruction so formidable, so insatiable, that they would toe the line as Dacamon Smashoven, or Madnut, or Gitsquisher McMurder had. For these orcs knew that by merely being in the comet of the Great One, Kronan, they would see battles the likes they had never dreamed would exist. They knew that his was a bloody path blessed by Mork himself, and he would take them on his journey to greatness. But could either Hackbar or the Grand Mouth fall into this rare niche, fighting enough to be useful, but not so much as to rebel, cunning enough to be effective with his methods of war, yet not so much that they would attempt to steal his mantle and his thong, the golden thong of leadership. He had even heard now how the Emperor of the Humies had retrospectively copied him, and was presently napping on a mighty golden thong of his own. Kronan did quiz Magnat Krunkelstein on this one point, and the weird boy had confirmed it. The Humie Emperor could see into the future, is what was said. Hence, Kronan found for the next few days that he was oft bound to look about when taking a dump, just in case that odd Humie leader was watching him. But this passed when Kronan remembered he was the chosen of Mork, and anything that Rapscallion the Emperor could do, Mork could, irrefutably, do better. And so it was that Kronan decided that if the Emperor wished to watch him crap, then he could do so, for Mork would obfuscate anything the weird boy Humie wretch would find useful. Oh, yes he would. Hence Kronan forgot the slacker and went about his war again with gusto. Then it dawned on Kronan, as he reclined in his staterooms aboard his flagship, the Mork Rampant, that he could indeed use both of them, these admirals, but which to use for the two spars of his glorious wheel of crushing might he had espied in his mind's eye. For Kronan was now a master of that most deadly of obsessions, planning. He had used 2 plans at the same time before. Now he was prepared for the next step, to have 3 plans working concurrently. Even he was wide-eyed at the complexity of the collage of action and reaction that now boiled through his mind like a mile-wide flow of lava. He was excited by the potentials, the possibilities. But then he was interrupted by something he knew he should get accustomed to, it seemed. For again, he thought he must have dozed off. For yet again, his flatus had begun to form before his very eyes. Or at least, he had hoped it was his own, as otherwise someone, perhaps the Emperor, had been anally ventriloquizing a prodigious guff into his room. And as it did before, it turned to the colour of green, and seemed to solidify in front of him, and there it stood, a being of odd proportions, but most definitely sort of orky. But not just a skull this time. It was a fully developed orc form, near as huge as himself. Yet, instead of reverberating prophecy, the thing, when fully apparated, just looked at him and said, "Watcher." Kronan, still believing it a dream, a mirage of his overtaxed mind, did not even raise an eyebrow when it went on to speak to him. And so it was that this huge being of green introduced itself as Bastor the Arseflame. Truth be told, it was rather dramatic and annoying about the whole thing. It claimed to be a derivative being of Mork, or something like that. It claimed that once, millions of years ago, Orc did smack a rather thumper into the gob of Mork, yet Mork was laughing so hard at the last buffet it had dealt Gork, its mouth was still open, and the fist of Gork did strike the teeth of Mork, and one fell out. And this was Bastor. It was a part of Mork, yet a part as well. Slowly at first, it became sentient amongst the warp, and then it wandered, kicking 7 shades of poop out of everything it came across, and it walked paths it cannot tell, until finally it found a way to cross from the dreaming into the real world itself. Back and forth it went over the eons, stabbing, grappling, punching, clobbering, nutting and butting its way across the many universes. It claimed to have spent time with Tusker on the field of war before the Bronze Citadel. It claimed to have been witness to the injury and subsequent healing of Gazgul. It claimed many, many things indeed. Yet its true ability came from the torrents of power that came from its posterior. It was Bastor the Arseflame, and it had good news to bring unto Kronan, for it had identified a plum job, a magnificent opportunity for them both. And Bastor claimed that it had appeared to Kronan before as the dramatically chatty flatus of his dreams. Bastor claimed to be what the Cunning One required to defeat the forces of chaos, and that was Bastor's speciality, his motive force. His goal and reason to exist was to aid the Cunning One, Kronan, in his quest. For it was the will of Mork. And as a sign of his worthiness to be listened to, as a token of his power, Bastor proclaimed that he knew where Kronan could acquire a mighty beast to put to the very center of his war. A space hulk. A massive one. And it was close. And Bastor stated that he could assist and empower Kronan even more, for he knew where there were artifacts of great power. All they need do was destroy them all, and a doorway would open amongst the heavens, one that would permit the power of Mork to flow directly into real space. Like Gork's grin, but more Morkish, was how he put it. And it would grant power unto the worshippers of Mork, most especially those who knew his great works. R.E. Kronan. Throughout all of this, Kronan realized he was not a kip, for the grots above him moved and circled as usual, but they did not attempt to burn or assail each other when their paths took them within flamer range of each other, and in Kronan's dreams they always burnt each other, just as they would in reality if he were awake. And so it was that the grot stared gobsmacked down on Bastor, making it now irrefutable that this weird stuff was actually happening. Kronan even went as far as summoning his guard, who waited outside, and within 10 seconds, 20 mega-armored orc boys were making a semicircle around the spectral interloper. All trained their weapons on this Bastor, again, confirming its existence to their eyes as well as their lords. Sighing, Kronan nodded at the being and stood, allowing the seemingly orky thing to process before him to the bridge of Kronan's stair-sheep. There the mechs looked on, slack jaws dropping, drool cascading from their maws, as they viewed the odd orky being in their midst. Bastor strode to one of the controls, and then its fingers danced across the icons and keys they presented. And before anyone could say boo to a goose, whatever that was, there was a huge holographic display that had been sparkled into life in the middle of the room over what had, ostensibly, been deemed a nibbles desk. For the orcs, even the mechs, had not really known what the station was for, and the humies were so odd and inscrutable that only now did they fathom the use of the thing, which was probably a bit of a godsend, as otherwise they would have just shown reruns of the Squid Games on loop. Sidebar. The Squid Games footage. All in the Speed War had witnessed the unfathomably amazing orkiness of Kronan during the Squid Games, but now all could witness the sublime spectacle themselves. For it was said that weird lad, Chains Grond, Orc of Mystery, had been recording it all of the time the astonishing event had been progressing. Now some might ask where the hell the entry on Chains Grond had gone, promised over a year ago, or was it even 2? Time flies when you're a bit long in the tooth, you see. Hence, I can confirm that I did indeed start work on it, but then, like a mad snot, I plain forgot what I was doing in the whirligig of modern living, and so it was that the narrator defended himself and stated he would try to get it on to patrons soon, for it is surely not for the eyes of we snots and grots. Oh no, it is not. But let us get back to the action, knowing that all orcs, even new ones who had recently joined the war, had basked in the unadulterated spectacle of the most orky orc possible, doing what orcs do, and doing it with style, aplomb, and of course, a healthy dollop of unfettered brutality. Sidebar over. Yet now the thing calling itself Bastor stood with arms wide, expecting some form of congratulatory hand-clapping or something. Of course, no one did. But what was illuminated was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Or fresh eyes, really. I've no idea why sore eyes are always picked for the viewing of miracles. Surely, if it were that special of an event, then even fully rested and clear gleaming eyes would be enough to experience the event. But I digress. And so it was that there, hanging in a system only a few short hops away, was a vast and dark shape in the void of space, which made it a bit difficult to make out in all its glory. But when the image closed on it, things became clearer, for all spacefaring orcs knew this sight, knew exactly what this was. And Kronan was then subjected to a tedious lecture from Admiral Hackbar, who was present because, of course, this was the bridge of the biggest ship. Now it used to be twinned with the Admiral's own, and he had technically not given it to Kronan on his arrival, merely stated it was part of his host. But Kronan did like the Starsheep, or boast, and decided it was a worthy gift. Previously named the Running for Cover, it was indeed the sister ship of the Gutless Wonder, but Kronan renamed it as soon as he brought his flag across to it. Not that he had a flag in reality, but it's a nautical thing, naval, you know, the senior service as one nation calls them. Either way, it was now Kronan's. And either way, he had now been updated on the reality and possibility of the existence of a space hulk so close to his burgeoning war. There could be no delay, no second guessing, for a hulk was vomited out from the warp only rarely, and it could be gathered back into the warp at any time. And so it was that Kronan did not waste a moment even to cogitate, for he knew exactly what was transpiring here, as we shall see. But this Bastor the Arseflame had identified and thus given a mighty weapon of war to Kronan, and his mighty, war. Now all that remained was to hoof it over a few systems at the head of an assault fleet, and take his prize before some greedy git beat him to the punch. Kronan had not said a single word to the being as of yet, and did not indulge now. He merely eyed it up a bit, then wheeled on his heels and stamped to the hatch. He barked a few orders and knew that within moments a segment of his fleet, if not the entire war, would be hot on his heels, and he wanted to be the first there. For every now and again, even the most loyal of boys could be led astray, and this was exactly the sort of temptation he did not want to languish in the sweaty palms of another for any moment of time whatsoever. And so, the war, only half prepared and only truly half informed, howled with glee as they fired up their engines and began to move from their flight patterns into a true mustering. Now it was immediately evident who was more in touch with their troops on both fleets, for the stair-sheeps of the precious and nitpicking Admiral Hackbar were still busying themselves in getting into the perfect attack formation before they even jumped, while the exact opposite occurred in the formations under the direct lordship of the loud and aggressive Grandmouth Tartan. His boasts all just began to disappear as soon as he was informed. Was this alacrity to display their loyalty and efficiency to the Cunning One, or was it all due to Tartan wanting a crack at the vast hulk himself? Kronan could not be certain. But he figured if the Grandmouth was prone to treachery, now was probably a better time to find out than in the middle of a shooting and ramming war with the Emperor's own venereal navy, or something like that. So Kronan barked orders that elicited a smartening up of Hackbar's fleet and precipitated a much swifter turnaround in their preparations. But Kronan need not have worried, for when they arrived, the other half of his fleet were lurking around waiting for him. For it turned out that the hulk was not the only thing in the system. Strange that the shining picture thing generated at the behest of Bastor, or hologram as we know it, did not highlight these additional pleasures, but such is life. Or that is what some might have thought. True enough, there was not an overwhelming amount of this going on most days in the war, thinking, that is. But this did not change the circumstances they were all faced with, and Kronan smirked as he saw the chevrons appear on the screens, for the hulk was not alone at all. It had a large cluster of other ships around it, like shoals of fish around a mammoth squig shark. There were plenty of shapes in the void, and as the Orc War fleet closed in on the conglomeration there, Kronan could make out more and more of the smaller ships. They were like the venereal navy, but not the same. Oh, about the same size, speed and width, length and girth of the Hume ships, but these ones seemed one heck of a lot more spiky and pointy. and Kronan looked on and began to recognize some of the iconography emblazoned on the hulls of the escorting ships. There were 8-pointed stars, sigils of silliness. These were the worshippers of the same bunch as Toba, the farter, the waif, the thumper, and the bookie bird. They were sheeps of chaos. Now it would be at least a good few hours before the Orc Armada was even within firing range of the spiky human ships. So Kronan did what he always did when presented with an unknown foe. He sat on his golden thong, now installed in his mighty ship, and opened up his data slate. It was time to look into his vista, his scorecard, his menu. And when he did, he saw things he had never witnessed before. You see, the data slate was so full of unimportant cobblers that it was much akin to a search for anything of worth on either Reddit or Wiki. One line of investigation meant being led down endless rabbit holes of information, whatever they were, and often Kronan would just get bored. But he did enjoy the best bits, the menus. He had seen the dizzying numbers of differing forces of the Humies, but now, when he went in and tried to interrogate the slate for information on spiky ships, he was greeted with a whole new sub-menu altogether. And this is exactly the same time as he became aware of the existence of traitor Marines. Yes, he could barely contain his enthusiasm as he sat there ready to jump for joy. For the disgusting goddies of chaos had indeed gained supplication and adherence from some of the arse-starters, meaning Marines were now on their side too. And just when Kronan thought he would lose interest in the data slate, he had spent many hours poring over it. Too many, some said. Well, only once. For Tiddles did not really understand the orcish language of gobbledygook, but he understand tone all right. And anyone daring to besmirch the honor of his master, they were swiftly subjected to a close encounter of the dental kind. But even so, Kronan had a new leash on life. He thought he knew it all. Oh, yes, he did. But now, he could see the information about these traitor Marines, and their formations were, as always, as ludicrously named as the Loyalist, or even the Prim Anus Marines. How the Humies could ever be taken seriously, Kronan would never know. Kronan's eyes were saucer-wide when he saw the images, and then the details that went along with these new opportunities. There were the Alfalfa Legion, or something like that. Sneaky by the looks of it, lots of camouflage, etc. Tedious, but potentially cunning, for they too wore the colour of war, green. Then came the Iron Warriors, a drab-looking bunch who seemed utterly preoccupied with health and safety, but even Kronan had to admit that they didn't half have some large darker and massive killer cans with them. He would enjoy opening them up and eating the sweet treats inside. Next was the Fright Hordes. The data reported that they were very scary, which of course they may have been to an emaciated Humie, but Kronan could not take them seriously. They had huge ears on the side of their helms. They just looked daft to the cunning one. Of course, on to the Word Bearers, all dressed in red power armor, but who looked like talkers. Yuck. He would avoid them where necessary. Well, unless they got in his way, of course. Then he would just trump them. Then the entry on the Dearth Bard. From the name and the guts hanging out all over the place, they must have been the Fat Ones musicians. It certainly seemed. Slow and ponderous, Kronan was quite enthusiastic to stomp all over these ones. Then onto the Temperor's Children, or something like that. Chopper makers, one would think. Like big mechs, but not so big and, well, a bit Eldar-looking, really. But he stopped a tad longer on the entry for the World Beaters. And by Gork's tastefully plaited anal beard, did they look like fun? All covered in Humie juice, they looked proper fighty. Kronan yearned to play with them. I meant to defeat them in manly battle, of course. Penultimately, there were the 1,000 Sums, mathematicians all, and in this one moment, Kronan realized he had become more of a connoisseur of crumping. For these ones didn't interest him in the slightest. Oh, he'd crump them if they happened to cross his path, but it would be far more for the full collection, for completionism, instead of out of any real zeal to fight these nerds. And then, the unsettling ones, the Black Legion, Apollon's lot. Overrated in Kronan's mind anyways. Obviously a sad knockoff of his own Black Legion. Wimps. But it did make Kronan wonder if old Apollon had been doing what the Emperor had obviously done so often. Was Apollon watching Kronan from the past, sealing his best names and moves? Kronan sighed. The Black Legion were no match for his Black Legion. Of this he was pretty much certain, like 99.99 recurring on the certainty scale. And if they crossed his path, well, there would be no Legion to cast aspersions on his Legion ever again. And Kronan was now aware of Apollon like never before. He wanted to take that head. Not just for the kudos, the razzle-dazzle, the heady fame of it all. No. You see, Kronan took a very personal dislike to Apollon's hat. For it seemed to be made out of a hair squig, but had rings pushed through the squig to make it look taller, and hence Kronan knew that Apollon must have experienced crippling runty euphititis, what humans would call short man syndrome. Not that Kronan would have put it that way, of course, but it remained an astute and potentially useful observation for the future. For Kronan had been told in no uncertain terms that any bite big enough, any brawl brazen enough to attract the amount of human forces that were presently mustering in a system not so far away, this would surely draw the attention of old Apollon, for he was touted as the War Master, and Kronan took truck with that particular honorific. Yes, he did. And so it was that Kronan swore, when he had done his duty, when he had taken the head of a gold one, then maybe he would collect the lumpen noggin of this self-proclaimed War Master. There would be a reckoning. Of this, Kronan was adamant. And so it was that the fleet of orcs ploughed towards the waiting Chaos Space Marine vessels, all clustered around a behemoth of a stair-sheep, a space hulk, which unto itself was armed to the teeth. But Kronan and his admirals were only about to become aware of that next episode. Now Kronan had really lent into the showmanship since the events of the Squid Games, and he was prepared for just this eventuality. So, unlike so many others, he wished to at least appear fair, and that meant a draw. So, again utilizing the Vox across the entire armada, while their stair-sheeps all ate the distance between their erupting point and the target, Kronan drew the lots. And before everyone, the 100 largest ships had all sent a grot head with their sigil on it. Said grot severed head had been kept in cold storage, and so it was that Kronan reached into the cold freezer, and before all, he called out the first score of ships that would take point. Now it was always understood that the Cunning One would be exactly where he needed to be at any given point in the battle, so there were no guarantees to be the first ship onto the breach, dear friends, but at the very worst, they would be in the first wave, and potentially running hard into the enemy with the Cunning One's flagship at the tip of the chopper. Thus Kronan pulled out the following: the middle finger, the Ed Butter, the Brutality, the Brutal, the Rump Piercer, the Crumper, the Buzzsaw, the Shootiest, the Death Blow, and the Ducker Boss. All meaty kill cruisers. The other ships were either smaller and generally nippier, like brute ram ships or Onslaught or Ravager attack class. But one in particular that stood out was the last. It was the old orc battleship, the Furious Squiggoth, one of the oldest and biggest ships that any had seen. It wallowed near the main fleet, under neither of the main admirals. This was the share sheep of Gouger Grumbleblaster, known for his very staunch reaction to what he considered mutiny, which was rather an expansive list, really. Such highlights as not looking orky enough was easily understandable. but examples like "It's a tad too much of a morning," has a history of being right or asking questions, or wears a hair squig of a colour other than mauve, were less easily explained. Yet Gouger was a hoary old captain, and he was right tasty in a scrap, or so Kronan was informed. Now much of the fleet would take up position to prevent the hulk from slipping away. Not that it was likely. A hulk slipping away from you in the void is akin to standing next to a freeway and turning around one day to discover someone has pinched it. Or better still, if you tied someone up so tightly that they were only able to move their neck or to crawl forward on their eyebrows, then you popped out to boil a kettle for a cup of joe, only to find said encased rogue had made it away, and you could see clearly for about 200 acres in every direction. It was that unlikely. But Kronan would not be questioned. He did not wish the Chaos Marines to escape, was more the point. And he did not trust this being who had so mysteriously granted him the exact location of a mass transit system for the remaining orcs on Aquilonia. A gift worthy of Mork indeed. But we shall get to the why soon enough, for Kronan was having none of it, while ultimately playing along for the now. And so it was that the first wave was to go in, and, to the exact surprise of no one in the Armada whatsoever, Kronan's own flagship, the Mork Rampant, was at the very front. Yet this particular vessel was not as it appeared. For Isaac Newtone had walked its corridors for all the time that Kronan had been on his respite. For Kronan did take time out when he returned from Ulador. I was going to mention it, but got carried away with tiddles and grots. But such is the way of chronicles. Often they can be out of order. Not like they are offensive or anything, not that kind of out of order, where you extract the urine in a bothersome way to others. No, but out of chronological order, that sort of out of order. Anyways, I will not dwell on it too much, for Kronan had weeks where he returned to his roots, and he finished off the Grot Rebellion, trained under the snakebites, and had other amazing, if not pertinent to the moment, adventures. But that is truly a tale for another time, when it's breezy and nice outside, that sort of thing. Or when you're snot bubble blubbing and need a pick-me-up after getting your maracas crushed in the vice of modern living. Dumped or given truly dung-flavoured news of the most spiritually or mentally excruciating kind. Hence, we shall push on to the events of the day, the lesson of the moments given in due course. For in his sojourn amongst his roots, amongst the snakebites, did the cunning one learn much indeed. It also gives me a perfect period to flash back to, when he learns an amazing lesson that he then enacts the benefit therefrom, when in a tight spot. Carte blanche for pulling a fast one, is what I say. Others might identify it as a vacuous and inept attempt at polish, but that, as ever, is in your mind to judge. As chronicler, I can only present that which is, was, or will be, and I make no bones about always being right. Now, where the heck were we in the tale? Ah, yes, Isaac. For he had been as active as an orc half his age. He finally had his mitts on a mighty vessel of war, a battleship as powerful as any could ask. But of course, Isaac had made changes. For he was as infused with the power of the war as was his master, the big boss, the cunning one. And in this instance, it was like his mind had been always working at half speed. Now, engorged with the war as he was unrestrained, unfettered. Ideas attacked his mind as never before, and in no time at all, the Mork Rampant was bristling. Not just with new ordnance of phenomenal darker, but also with armor and shielding upgrades that would make an Iron Hand move theirs faster than a 14-year-old ganger. Kronan's ship was meaty indeed, and it was a good job it was, because the Chaos Marine starships were damn disciplined, and they were very fighty indeed. Long-range missiles came at Kronan's ship like a swarm of angry squig-wasps and impacted on the surface. The fleet behind him, Kronan now ordered the drums to begin. But odd indeed was the speed of the Orc fleet, and it put the Chaos Navy right off. For as they got closer, the Chaos fleet could see strange protrusions from the lead ship, like long spikes coming out the side of it, but with flat edges. These things were in huge banks on the port and starboard of it, and as they moved, the vessel would accelerate as if hit by a sudden burst of energy from its engines, the engines which stayed at exactly the same output through the entire approach. But why was this? Well, on that holiday, he did indeed spend time with the snakebites. They introduced him to boasts, things that could float on the big wet patches around the landmasses of Aquilonia. Like never-ending rivers, but these boasts could sail upon them. And Kronan had learnt their ways, and the ways of the freebooters who plied their trade there. When to raise the skull and crossed grots to indicate their intentions. How to board and butcher efficiently and with fun. And Kronan saw how boasts moved. It was all about wind, sometimes, but most often, simply elbow grease. And he saw no reason why the boasts of the void, the stair-sheeps, could not operate in the same way. Despite what Izap might have maintained, speed was not only about engines. It was like victory. Over the Humies, over the Astartes, over the entire galaxy. It began with elbow grease. And thus did Kronan share his plan with the mechs so that they could enact it. Now Izap gave him a sniff that reminded all of a particularly nasty turd whiff being suddenly encountered whilst in polite company. Not that any of them knew what polite company would even look like, but the point stands. But none defied their lord, for was he not the cunning one, the greatest and brightest, the most orky of all orcs? They need not encompass his mighty plan to go about their toils, and so they did, and all was prepared. And so it was that Kronan's eyes flashed with a corona of green power as he let his right arm swing down, and then Kit Squisher McMurder bashed on 2 drums, echoing through the voxes across the ship. The lashers got to work. Okay, not all were really musically gifted, and didn't actually adhere to the beats of the drum. More freestyling on the soon torn and bloody backs of the pullers, but it did help the enthusiasm of said pullers. Particularly meaty and effective pullers had small squigs or snots thrown into their opened gobs to keep them healthy and hearty during the event, and thus this seemed the two-edged sword of true management of the many. For Kronan had arranged both carrot and stick to get the job done, the genius. The pullers did indeed pull, on huge rods that attached to oars that stuck out of the side of the Mork Rampant, and with each pull of the oars, the sheep and all its escorts seemed to almost jump forward in their vector. This meant that they were on the Chaos Navy before any had even fired up their lance batteries. The Mork Rampant dived right into the midst of the traitor ships and let fly with every single cannon, blaster, missile, darker of every kind into any and all around them. Alas, Kronan had made his first mistake, is what some might have said. For this was almost perfect, for what the marine ships believed was their forte. But today was not their day. For right behind the Mork Rampant was Gouger's furious Squiggoth. As the Chaos ships scattered out of the path of the Mork, the Squiggoth just ploughed into their keels in a line, and broke through 2 before it required to fire a shot. Ram ships sprang out of the wake of the Mork and Squiggoth, and pierced one grand cruiser in 2 places. Gouts of plasma discharged breathing from its wounds, like dragon fire in the night sky. The Rampant Piercer, Crumper, and Buzzsaw all flanked wide, coming in to try to swing behind and attack the Chaos Starships' rear-facing armor and their vulnerable engines. The Middle Finger, Brutal, Shootiest, and the Death Blow all swung over the top of the enemy fleet. The Ed Butter, Brutality, and Duckerboss swept under them. It was an attack far more directed than the Marines expected, by quite some margin, and before they knew it, each of the Chaos Sheeps were being boarded wholesale. As the Orc Ducker tore into them, teleporter arrays burst all over their decks, and amongst the main force to arrive were the Black Legion. The Orcs deployed Kronan's Guard. Not that the Chaos Warriors were Black Legion, for they were not. These were not the highest on the list of opportunity, if I could be so bold. They were not the World Beaters, nor the Death Bard, They were word-bearers. Now things were very meaty and splashy in the halls and dorms of the word-bearer fleet. Bits lay about everywhere, for they were not premium-grade boys, but they were still dippy arse-starters, and they were deeply fighty indeed. But the issue arose when they started chanting and whining away to their goddies, and tears across their ship appeared, and very spiky monsters came out of them to aid the Blairers, and things seemed quite touch and go on one after another stairship. Bastor now arose and stated he was about to get stuck in, and with that he would appear on one sheep after another, clearing it of all demon types. They simply melted away when he boarded, and the greenskins could then redouble their efforts to take the sheeps from the Blairers. The fighting was exceptional, and everyone who came back from it proclaimed it a raging success. It really was a rare old time had by all. As waves 2 through 4 lurched in, the Marines were finished off, and now all that remained was the taking of the Space Hawk, that which Kronan had already named the Orc of Omen. But first, Kronan indicated to this Bastor that he wanted a word in private, and Kronan led him down into a large area, a cargo bay of sorts, where Kronan had plenty of room to move about. For something had been niggling at Kronan from about 2 minutes after he had met this apparition who called himself a part of Mork. Something was not right. For the apparition had not offered, nor invited, elicited, or caused him a single fight. Not once did it even attempt to contend with Kronan's power, and he its. So, how could he be of the gods Mork and Gork? And Kronan knew, with the certainty of a swimmer in a public pool, that over the session that they probably drunk about 3/4 of someone else's piss, that this thing was not of Gork, and certainly not of Mork. Or was it the other way round? No matter. And so it was that Kronan reached out, not just with his own meaty and quite stabby and rendy slabs of hands, but also with all the righteous wrath of a pure son of Mork, when tempted by a demon of another god, and he beat the living shit out of it. I mean, he really went to town. There was spitting, gouging, butting, pulling off of the silly wing things, a giggle when Kronan twisted the arms until they were barely connected, and then slapped the screaming Bastor with its own flopping hands. He took its head under his arm and ran it at a wall. The thunderous clash broke both wall and head. Yet Kronan then leapt to the highest stairs on the bay, and then he swung and landed on the back of the being with his elbow extended. Kronan then picked up the tattered and dissipated, ragged, truly smashed apparition, and heard its last words. Well, almost. "How in the name of the warp are you able to do this?" Kronan ignored it. Kronan then picked it up by its legs, swung its head down, and then thumped the being pretending to be Bastor's last fragments of head into the ground. Its spine snapped, like old twigs under a kin's fat transport wheels. It crumpled into a pile of misshapen limbs as he let go. As the last wisps of its soul evaporated back into the warp, a last sigh escaped its throat. "I'll get you back for this, you bastard." And Kronan knew all he needed to know. It seemed that Toba had made better, more cunning friends in hell, but clearly no more art than he was. Ha! The power of the war left Kronan. And his arms slowly stopped shimmering. Green, of course. Others might say his was a flatulent cacophony or symphony, released as he relaxed after a deed well done, and done well. But either way, Kronan was now knackered, as about 20 of his guards yomped into the room to join in the obvious fight that they had heard. Right into his blast radius. All looked even more green than usual, crestfallen at the lack of a rumble, but elated, of course, that their lord had triumphed once again. and so they mooched out, gagging. Kronan went to sleep, giggling. That was bloody fun. He would now have to see if he was now Hughie wizard-proof. That felt too good to not repeat somehow, as soon as possible. And of course, fast-trapping his knobs was the cherry on the top. And so he arranged the arming of storming parties to delve into the hulk, but this would take time. And so it was that Kronan took this time to return to his quarters. He then giggled himself to sleep over the events of the day, and acknowledged that very soon he would be in command of the Orc of Omen, the biggest stare sheep he had ever heard of. And so he swept into the sleep of the just. And so it was that our hero, Kronan, loudly lauded as the Cunning One, which was no mere titular epithet, I can assure you. In fact, of all the Eulars that one might think of, Kronan was the least tittish one could imagine. Was he not the leader of the Cunning War? And not just that, but the very anointed emissary of the great god Mork. Anointed in blood and viscera for certain, but anointed nonetheless. Was he not the most orky of all orcs, apart from perhaps Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka? Of course he was. Now let's not throw a cushion down and assume the position, and fluff him up too much, is what some might say. But I say thee nay. Nay, I say thee. For you are not listening to me, the most unworthy, lowly chronicler of his most prodigious, explicitly violent, and fighty legend, to hear these very utterances, to bask in the glory of the most cunning and fighting orc in all of Aquilonia, which most now called Aquilonia, if truth be told, but it had not been redesignated by the Humies or even the foppish Eldar, and so Kronan could not in good conscience admit victory in this matter. He did look, for it was his wont to do, on his beloved data slate. Whenever he opened it, he did just scan past to see if it had been updated somehow. The name of the planet. Yet, not having any understanding on this subject whatsoever, Kronan was on a high road to nowhere. He had not actually visited a new Humi system, had not plugged in the data slate, nor could he have gotten onto any form of intergalactic net to do so. Whether one existed or not, well, that was a tad more tricky. So we have to fade down on that subject, as I dazzle you with another topic entry. And so it was that Kronan had won yet another victory to add to his roll of honours, and Kronan was indeed the Cunning One. So, as he now understood more of the nature of the orcs than near any who had ever lived, well, is what he told himself when he bothered to self-scrutinize, which, again being frank or earnest, was an incredibly rare occurrence. Yet, he was confident he was near a mystic brain boy level of awareness of the habits of his own people, the Greenskins, the beloved of Mork and Gork, the greatest warrior race to ever exist, the Orcs. And when he did introspect recently, for about a half a minute or so, he came to yet another staggering realization. It mattered what his people thought of him. It mattered a lot. Now, Kronan had always been intensely orky, as we know, so he was as forthright as any good orc should be, yet magnified, of course, as he was magnified by his lord, his guard, Mork. Hence, he had been what the jealous would dub a horrific, shameless show-off. Yet Kronan had seen the effect this had made on his past, his very existence. For as surely as a grot bites the head off a snot that annoys him, Kronan's sheer popularity had saved his bacon more than once, whatever that is. Hence Kronan now took his seed of wisdom, of understanding, and created from it a mighty tree. Well, he definitely made something of it. A tree is very ecologically sound, but perhaps not what Kronan was thinking of at that time. Nor any other time, really. For orcs were not known for their green warrior credentials, despite indeed being the very epitome of warriors of green complexion. Either way, Kronan took action. and he set up what he called the Mystery of Truth. It had a rather broad remit, is what one might think if you heard of such a thing being used in a Hume population. For they were to support and spread the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now Humes might see this sort of organisation empire build, until it had a seat on the High Lords of Terror, or some other august body, slowly creeping in to warp how everyone perceived the situation, mostly concerning the actions and reactions of the governing body who instituted the Bureau, usually. Funny that. Luckily, the only truth that mattered to both Kronan, and, by extension, all of his people, was that their lord, Kronan, was the biggest, most cunning and fightiest of all the orcs. His Mystery of Truth was given control of the Pict and Vid feeds and told to monitor them, but also to make certain that the proper truth of the good life was given unto the ever-expanding War. Thus, the Mystery of Truth went about making the screening of some of Kronan's greatest hits the central point of the social calendar. The Squig Games, the duel with Tooth Smasher, the hunt for Red October, and now the defeat of the Chaos Hume fleet, interspersed with advertisements for the next league games of golf, and which barely needed any advertising at all, was the most favoured viewing of all, the Squig Surprise events. And so it was that the Mystery of Truth merely reminded all of the beefiness of their boss of bosses, and how much fun they had all received as a bounty from his genius. The latest rounds of the Inter-Warfleet Origlotomy competitions were also intensely popular. The inclusion of a crack grenade into random grots before the matches was a stroke of mawkish genius on Kronan's part yet again. Few indeed ever said anything even partially less than absolutely glowing about the big boss Kronan. For those who did, it seemed that they were almost immediately subjected to a catastrophic loss of blood as their body parts just fell off one another. And this is exactly what Kronan's mystery and the towering Black Legion knobs who escorted them would always state when they had discovered yet another of these strangely disloyal orcs. Now this deeply spiritual moment was often preceded by a lot of crashing around and screaming, but this was all part of the event, and it was often the screaming of newfound devotion that was thought to have caused the orcs' limbs and head to fall off. Before long, all waved and smiled at the mystery members as they wandered about performing their good deeds, and those who were asked questions by the mystery members often felt the warmth of truth as they sweated out all fear and evil when just in the presence of such a helpful and jolly embassage from the boss. With that in place, all was running along smoothly. Daka von Smashhoven was running drills and trying to increase the air wings. He had plenty of flyers now, as Isap had been working with him quite a lot recently. And with all the muggins and gubbins they had found all over the fleet, well, mostly on recently acquired Hume starships, the number of flyers was multiplying fast. Yet, even amongst those who claimed to be speed freaks, the knack of void and atmospheric dogfighting was not for all. As Daka himself could not really get behind fleet actions on the larger scale, much to Kronan's disappointment, so it was also true that many a speed freak was actually only really interested in, or able to perform within, a land-based vehicle. Yet, despite the losses, Daka von Smashhoven was indeed gaining new recruits, and his drills were a thing to add to the entertainments of the fleet. For Daka did not believe in molly-coddling those in the fighter wings. So, although there was much scrap to be collected after each live-fire engagement, those who remained were nicely stiffened up. And Daka was a popular boss, despite it all. His men knew that he wanted the best out of them. Now the situation with Tiddles had been mostly resolved, well, on the short term, for Kronan had kept him close since the disappearance of Bastor. Knowing what a spiteful little turd it might well be, Kronan was not in the least concerned for his own well-being. Of course not. But he did consider that Bastor, or any of Toba's new flunkies, may well strike at his beloved pet. And that would have led to a Rwengi killing spree so terrible that it would make Mr. Wick demur in shock and state things like, "Oh crumbs, that was stabby," while losing his lunch due to the ultra-violence on display. But mostly, it was due to Kronan being on one of only 2 ships for the last few days. He was either on his flagship, the Mork Rampant, or on the huge space hulk they had wrestled from the clutches of the chaos-worshipping arse-starters, the word-blarers. For there was much fun to be had on the vessel. It was absolutely gargantuan. In Orky terms, if Kronan's massive stairship was a fly, then the space hulk was the size of a giant squigoth dump. Yeah, that big. And it was swiftly discerned that the Chaos Marines had not been nearly as thorough as one might have thought from Hume elite warriors. For they had left Kronan a great gift, something to really get his teeth into. And his fists, his chopper, his shooter, his boot even, one might suppose. But a gift it was indeed. For the Chaos Arse-starters had taken control of the Hulk, is what they had initially thought. But no. It turned out that these lackadaisical scum had merely cleared the outer shell near the hull. They had then locked or soldered strategic entry points and airlocks across the ship so that those things in the interior of the ship could not get out. Yet Kronan and his greenskins were agog when they found out the level of incompetence and general killjoyery that had been performed by said chaos-worshipping wimps. For they had seen the blast and solder marks and began to open them up. And the true gift was almost immediately discerned by the Wah. For inside the Hulk were scores of miles, maybe more, of differing ship interiors, gangways, corridors and rooms. Yet all were not empty. No. For inside were a teeming hive of huge buggins. Excellent, thought Kronan. The initial forays inside proved that they were neither small in number nor short of fun. The survivors of the initial scouting teams came back with beaming eyes and a spring in their step. Well, those who did not have to drag themselves back, missing large proportions of their body and leaving huge green blood trails behind them anyways. There were a dizzying array of them, of near every size. As you got further into the interior, the bigger and gnashier they became. Music to Kronan's ears, and of course, to the entire Wah. Many had already preemptively bemoaned the potential lack of forward momentum in the Wah, should the mechs take too long on this new huge hulk. You know, making it usable as a conveyance, taking control of its key systems and the like. But to know that any delay would have the monotony broken with a potential humdinger of a brawl? Well, that assuaged many a troubled brow. Not that Kronan or any greenskin would have put it that way, for there was now great pressure on Kronan to choose those lucky scamps who would get to go in first with the Lord of the Wah. For again, as with the recent fleet action, all believed Kronan would be in the very thick of the event, and few believed he would leave any behind for others. Well, it may have been believed, but who would outright state such beliefs and risk their head and arms and legs falling off? Nobody. That's who. Well, maybe the Grots, but literally nobody listened to those snivelling turds. Alas, there is no update on the Grots this time around, for their numbers were prodigious and their use is expanding to match this surfeit. But other than that, I have nothing to report this time, so let us push on to the main event. And when I call it that, I was certainly not understating the situation. It was a truly fantastic time had by all. For, as we shall see, even the bugs seemed to have a whale of a time. Well, to be more precise, there was certainly a lot of wailing to be sure. And who but the Humies or Eldar would not veritably jump with joy at the thought of such a colossal scrap in the offing? Again, nobody. That's who. Now the Buggins seemed to know their role in the matter, and appeared to be eagerly awaiting the coming of the Cunning One, as none of the Buggins had so much as attempted a single solitary sortie outside of the realms of their hive construct in the depths of the Space Hulk. All could feel their compliance in the fray to come, for they were not wasting their efforts on sallying out. Oh no, they were preparing themselves for the fun to come. And all tensions rose to fever pitch as Kronan went back on show to the entire fleet, the entire congregation of his people, and took out the cold storage kegs again. And he did another draw. Randomly pulling out a keg and taking out the head of a grot with an icon of allegiance on it. Thus were the first mobs prepared for the job, and plenty of spares were picked. Now, after the first score of mobs were allocated, all believed that those following up would be little more than an aggrandized clean-up team, for they all knew that none of the Buggins would be able to stand before the power of their lord. But midway through the draw, all were aghast, and then elated, for Kronan declared he would not be leading the first wave in. This re-energized the entire ritual, sending the war into a frenzy of attention and celebration, with the name of their boss or horde, mob or sheep were picked out. If Kronan was not in the thick of it, well, in that case, there might well be enough Buggins to make this a real event. Kronan also swore by the perfect biceps, triceps, and all the seps of Mork that he would permit any to claim booty as they ranged the regions temporarily held by the Buggins. Sidebar. Concerning booty. One might think that the orcs would have rather a rigid hierarchy. Also, that they might be so dense as to not understand the concept of booty. But if there is one thing you can take to the bank, it's that orcs crave booty as much as a Dark Eldar disregards safe words. In fact, it was not merely the rampaging carnage and unspeakable violence that was involved in raiding or freebooting that was the only draw. Although the urges of the orcs were reliable, in that they usually ran to slaughter, there were some other urges as well. Not just amongst the weird and other odd boys either. There was a need for food, of course, but also the need for speed. A well-documented primal urge in many a greenskin. But there was also the urge for intimidatingly shiny bling, righteous drip. Or, put simply, stuff that made them look odd. Being odd was one thing, and by far the better, of course. But, as Kronan had gathered as well, perception had meaning. And looking odd was also a definite positive. It would mean less challenges to a knob or boss. Now this could be construed as a bad thing, for a lack of fighting was as dangerous to an orc as an all-you-can-smoke weed shop is to a hippie. But there must be consideration to not just the quantity, but also the quality of the engagement. For to a true orky orc, it is better to wrestle an Imperial Titan naked and covered in Promethium accelerant than it is to just slog through wimps. No, there will be a certain pride from a job well done, and done well. But when not clearing a region, then stacking up hundreds of feeble civilian humies was more a necessary task than a vocation. And humies did make good slaves, it was true. Yet the point stands. If the fight was not worthy of the orc, well, it could leave this unscratched itch that would irritate the greenskin until the next decent scrap. Now do bear in mind that orcs do like to win. Of course they do. But by Gork's manly and incredibly sharp back molars, a proper fight had to be at least a bit of a challenge. Thus, raiding was all well and nice, but the real hope was that the planet, village, city or sheep that was being raided had at least a bit of fight left in it before the battle. Perhaps even a decent hero or two to really test out the skills and speed, strength and brutality of the orcs participating. And it was well known by all, be it Eldar, Humie, or the Toe Empire Liar Cast. The harder they were, the more bling they had. Hats, power choppers, sweet rare daka, or even grenades. The best wielded the best, so to have a trove of accolades that all could see, it would ward off the time wasters and leave only the truly fighty to challenge the orc in possession of such accoutrements of power. Hence, as a sign of status, to permit a greenskin to become a knob or boss, the acquisition of gubbins and muggins was a must. So, to sum up, to conclude, orcs love booty. They crave it. They want to sink their teeth into booty and slap it and watch it shudder. To an orc, booty was all. End sidebar. And so it was that the first waves were chosen and prepared. Now one might scratch one's head concerning the decisions for Kronan to not lead the charge himself. But this was in keeping with his new modus operandi, what most would consider an alteration in his managerial style. He had decided that he would now get to know his warlords better. As orcs, he knew them pretty well, for many of his closest adherents had been with him from the early days, and of course, as we have identified already, Kronan did often give jobs to his chums. Yet he knew them on a tribal or planetary army scale, but he had not really seen them in action up close and personal. Now, without a doubt, this had more to do with the fact that Kronan did so enjoy what he did. Hence, in all of the scraps and even larger bundles that he had participated in, well, he had taken stock of the battlefield, as we have often heard, but in reality, he was as orky as any orc could wish to be. Hence, he had utterly immersed himself in the glorious butchery, which meant he intensely enjoyed the company of his direct concilium, his coterie of complete, cads. But he needed to know how they would perform when he was not directly driving events. Now most would realize the sacrifice that Kronan was giving unto his entire people, that he, the Cunning One, would not be the first through the breach, the first into every last room, nosing around and crumping everything he found. But he would forego this immediate bliss, the return to his natural state, to be in the midst of a truly gratuitous furball. Yet, for his people, but also for his own legend, Kronan knew he had to look more at the long game. And it did provide him the most exquisite of entertainment, which was a cold comfort most of the time, but today it was about right for the Cunning One. For the last thing he needed was to look at his bosses through rose-tinted glasses, or something like that. But the point is, that Kronan had set up the mystery of truth himself, so he, of all people, could hardly shy away from it, most especially not in his hand-picked aides. And so it was that Kronan chose the bosses that would be taking the fun to the buggins. Git Squisher McMurder was practically bouncing up and down so fast that he was in danger of shifting into another dimension when he was informed he would have the overall command of a third of the forces. And it was definitely time to see what Tragic Violence, the only relatively new face amongst the three, could do. For Tragic Violence had risen to the top in Kronan's Black Legion, his honor guard. And Tragic had to be tested. Not in his combat abilities, of course, for they had been well attested. He had not become the cat-paying generous of the Black Legion for no reason, for he was intensely generous in the crumpings he dealt out, both as a member of the Legion, but then also as the most enthusiastic of the Legion in helping out the mystery of truth. He had a huge stack of converted noggins in his possession now, and he was now grating up against McMurder in many meetings. So, it was time to put up or shut up. Tragic would be leading in a third of the forces, but they would not include the Legion themselves. Kronan wanted to see how he did on hard mode, by giving him only boys to boss about. Taking the Legion in would be up to Kronan, and only if he deemed it necessary. Tragic was practically beaming at Kronan when the order was given. He soon sniffed and grinned at McMurder's developing scowl. It was only the last big boss that seemed less than elated at the prospect of leading boys into a tightly confined set of eminently trap-festooned corridors filled with irate and very bitey buggins. Most marvelled at his doleful nod of acceptance of this singular honour. Grenadier Backstabber seemed to be a very odd duck, whatever that was, for he mooched out of the boss bash with shoulders as sloped and sagging as those who had not been offered a crack at the first rounds. Unfathomable. Yet, in his ultimate wisdom, Kronan had expected this reaction. This test was about more than just fighting and winning, or getting torn to pieces and consumed, then shat out by the buggins in the form of their little gnashy ones. Oh no. As Kronan had tested his fleet admirals, Hakbar and Grandmouth Tartan, so must he also test his generals of the impending land battles. He needed to know exactly what they would do when they didn't think he was watching. And like an equal opportunities questionnaire, no answer was a wrong one. He just needed to know. Oh, he fully expected at least one of them to end up being fang fodder, and sort of counted on it, really. For although Kronan did not wish to be in the first waves, due to his little staff training exercise, but he was hoping very stridently that there would be a requirement for him to lead in the Black Legion, to end the matter. For Kronan did so wish to battle against the Buggins. Yet, Kronan was also not as concerned as others might have been, for Kronan had sook and received enlightenment. He knew the enemy better than any who had previously fought them, or so he thought. For he had not just consulted his data slate, the findings of which we shall get into in a moment. He had also gathered all of the bosses that had ever fought the Buggins before. Now, one might think that this would be next to nobody, for was this not a local affair, this cunning war? But no. Anyone who would state such a thing did not understand the blessed movements of the greenskins, nor the amazing power of the Call of the War. For orcs have many ways to move through the galaxy. The obvious, which would be the freeboot of fleets, but also space hulks, and rocks also. Now, when a freebooter fleet coalesced, it did not often stay in the same patch. If it were attached to an orc empire, then things would be different. But many a freebooter raiding fleet would just head in our direction until destroyed or called by an amassing war. Hence, many of the flotillas that joined the fleets of Kronan were not from around these parts at all, and the strange conglomeration of so many orcs brought with it a wealth of information for those with the wit to ask the right questions. Now, the gathered bosses did indeed provide Kronan with the information he required to back up that which he had noted from his communing with his blessed data slate. But then, it devolved into that topic most often to arise at such discussions. Sidebar: the tastes of the hive fleets. Now the Buggins, which most of the other races called the Terrakids, or something like that, probably because they were afraid of them, one would imagine. Well, they were known to consume all in their path, harvesting every last nutrient from the planet they infested, yet none truly considered the other side of the equation. Yes, the Buggins are very effective at eating every last morsel on a globe. This could not be denied. But just because they snaffled a lot in one gigantic gob, it did not mean that other peoples were not equally voracious, just in a more measured and sustainable way. This was definitely true of the mighty sons of Gork and Mork, the orcs. For where others might demur at culinary exploration, this was certainly not true of the greenskins. For if it didn't shoot back, didn't brandish a meaty-looking chopper of its own, then no matter what that thing was, it was fair game for noshing on. And the other races again might be concerned about consuming oodles of terrakids, in case it made their tummies rumbly and their bodies squitty. Yet the greenskins were not particularly prone to this condition. So when a massive mushti against the Buggins had been concluded, then it was indeed snacking time. And the Buggins provided a lot of incredibly tender cuts when prepared expertly. Of course, there'd always be some Buggins that retain their acid and poison sacs, which would, of course again, lead to absolute hilarity when they were discovered in the usual way, being the acid eating through the orc as it ate through the Buggin. Yet, when one discovered the right way to avoid such dangers, they could even be considered delicacies. Hence the orcs would often have huge banquets when they defeated the last of them on the field of glory, or gory, or was that the field of glory that was gory, or the gory field that was glorious? Sounds like an issue for another day, but it happened both regularly and frequently. So the orcs were well versed at how these beings tasted. Now High Fleet, leave-it-at-home Buggins were deemed far more like Humie than was comfortable. Beehemouth had a delicious taste not dissimilar to lobster squig, whereas High Fleet Crackden were reported to taste more of Drox than anything else. But few took this at face value, for it was well known amongst all tribes and cultures that if one could not truly identify the taste of a thing, that it was most often described as tasting of grocks. Now many believed that Highfleet or Abernus tasted like slowly smoked Eldar, and most agreed that Highfleet Tea-Mat was more a palate cleanser really. It was rather unassuming and watery, like eating cucumbers maybe, whatever they were. Gorgon was like chewing rocks, and Highfleet Medusa like chomping on trees or other foliage, very stringy, bitter and boring. Highfleet Hydra was fishy, like the little ones from the Toe Empire. There were more out there, everyone was quite sure. Like an amazing service that came to your very own home and provided not only entertainment, but then a fine repast. The Buggins were often seen as a gift from Gork and Mork themselves. No matter what happened, it would be a fantastic time, win, lose or draw. For the Buggins may well hide, but when discovered, they did not run. And there was no finer spectacle in melee combat than two races being motivated to not just defeat, but then to eat their opposition. Sidebar over. Kronan was no slouch in this situation either, as he made sure all of the main galleys on each stair sheep were ready for deliveries of the delicacies. If the floor space was correct, and the Buggins in as many numbers as Kronan hoped, there would be far less, if any, need to forage on the way through the stars. Fine dining and a massive sheep. Although this Pastor may have attempted to betray him and was secretly working for that rich Toba, he had indeed fulfilled his side of the bargain. Now, Kronan considered almost feeling a bit guilty about pummeling and smashing the being into dust. But then, one can never regret one's actions as long as they are made to the best of your ability, with consideration to all of the information one had at the time of making said decision. If there was one thing that could turn a chipper chappy into a down-in-the-doldrums unhappy camper, it was most definitely regret weighing a body down. Luckily, Kronan, as with near all greenskins, had not even a whiff of a conscience in such situations, and thus his elan, his morale, was as fine as can be. Well, apart from being personally responsible for not being first into the ruck. But again, Kronan knew he had bigger fish to fry this day. Kronan was not even mildly surprised at the aquatic motifs that seemed to be playing out in his head as he looked over at the oddie, Admiral Hackbar. But he grinned. For Kronan had decided exactly what he would do with this part of the duo of his fleet commanders. Grandmouth Tartan, he had now decided, would lead his main fleets. He was not too cautious, was incredibly violent, and had a mean streak about 10 miles wide. Yet, he was intimidated by Kronan, and even tragic violence made him nervous. Hence, Kronan had plumped on him being his direct fleet stooge. And that meant that the shrieking weirdo Hackbar could be used in the first leg of Kronan's plans. For Kronan did not intend to perform his attacks in a standard way. He intended to be so unfathomably cunning that not even Dahumis would be able to see what he was doing. And in that regard, the unfortunate preponderances of the disfigured Hackbar matched up to the use which Kronan had for him. And so it was that while the main engagement of the days were about clearing out the huge space hulk, the newly dubbed Orcs of Omen, Kronan and his second choice of Admiral were off in the outer regions of the system, loitering around the asteroid belts. For Kronan had been discussing his hopes with the mech boy, Izap, and his understudies, and Izap had divulged to his lord the ways of travelling across the stairs, and how they would have to go through the warp. He explained that things moved faster there, like everything was painted red by simply moving into that realm, but that travel would still take time. Thus, Kronan was mildly concerned that the boys would lose their fightiness if this kept up, so he made certain in every meeting with his new bosses that they were absolutely abundantly clear that there was to be no, and he meant zero, use of Hume smeller fields across the fleet. When he also informed the admirals to remove the faces of Gork and Mork from the prows of their vessels, which were specifically designed to ward off cosmic horrors while in transit, the admirals both looked at him like he had been bashed over the head with a stupid stick, and then fallen backwards into a bottomless chasm of ignorance and smooth-brained incompetence, before finally landing on a spike of ancient providence powered by runes cast by the gods themselves, stating, "Here lies the stupidest orc of all time." But Kronan soon impressed upon both Admirals Hackbar and Grandmouth Tartan that he wished absolutely nothing to impede the armies of the Fat One, the Girl, the Nerd, and the Juice God from coming aboard if they thought they were hard enough. And that was final. And also, it was at that meeting that Kronan heard about rocks. How a large asteroid could be snagged and then pretty much scooped out and converted into a sheep of the orcs. And Kronan liked this idea indeed, especially when Isaac informed him of how the rocks made planetfall and what effect it would have on any defenders of the world in question. After about an hour of laughter, which most indeed find slightly too long, to the extent that some of Kronan's legion looked at each other askance, Kronan demanded the creation of at least a baker's dozen of those most hilarious of rides. And so it was. The while all of the fleet mainly concentrated on the Orcs of Omen, Kronan was off on the Mork Rampant, shadowed by Hackbar's gutless wonder, as they dragged one after another asteroid of any real size back to the Gathered War. For Kronan was planning ahead now, and he had, in his infinite wisdom and cunning, discovered the art of multitasking. Now I shan't go into a sidebar about that one just yet, seeing as we had the Bistro Buggins one, and the Booty one, but I shall go into it in the future. Don't let me forget now. We all know how I rampage along on these massive waffles and get so carried away I miss out on many a nuance. And so it was that Kronan was never idle anymore. His break amongst the snake bites still not that distant a memory, he was utterly energized and prepared to go the distance. And of course, that would mean he did not wish to take a break until he had reached his goal, his dream, his gaining of that elusive final prize in his growing collection. But I think we all know what he was thinking about then, eh? The gold ones. And so it was that the three massive mobs of orcs were conveyed to the awaiting Hulk and quickly yomped into position on many levels all around the central segment of the sheep. This would be no cagey creeping around with knees bent style of affair. Nobody would be rolling around in mud so the bastards could not see them, and none would be forming delicately overlapping 2x2 covering formation advances. No. This was to be done the Orky way. Well, that is what most predicted anyway. When the final klaxon went off across the entire Space Hulk, set off early so the Buggins were fully awake and ready for their ructions, it was indeed a spectacle to fill even the heart of Mork with pride. For in that same moment, scores of hatches, airlocks, barricades and blast doors were finally ripped or burnt, pummeled or even blasted down by weird boys. And in came the orcs, as if it were a treasure hunt for a life-altering amount of bling. It was, of course, but the main effect was my intention. Imagine many thousands of soccer hooligans being given massive wraps of amphetamines and told that there is a secret stash somewhere inside the stadium just before the doors opened. Now imagine that green horde, all attempting to explode through the doors. The screaming, shouting and bellowing was eardrum bursting, and that was not counting those being crushed in the stampede after they had lost their footing, or been tripped up by one of the many grots that had been marshalled at the entrance. For the grots were out in strength as well. Hidden amongst their number were not an inconsiderable number of vid grots, doing their best to take footage of the events. Being grots, and being given the one job in their life that they could genuinely be proud of, as all suspected, or at least hoped, that their own images would make it onto the War broadcast. The little runts went at it with verve and a real zeal. Yet amongst such an avalanche of the wee grots, none of the proper boys paid them a second thought nor attention. Despite how many times the two orcs had bashed, slapped or cudgelled them back from the doorways, the instant said doorways were open, there was a shrill scream from every one of the wretches as they charged into the open spaces and corridors held by the Buggins. Kronan watched from his battleship, the Mork Rampant, laughing as deeply as anyone else present as the carnage began, and it was an absolute bloodbath from the first second. As the orcs charged into the rooms and corridors, the leadership scripts of the three bosses swiftly became apparent. Tragic Violence, formerly a storm boy, and being accustomed to leading Kronan's Black Legion, was soon bellowing disparaging curses at his mobs as they did not adhere to, or simply could not remember, his overwrought formations. Yet, as he barged his way to the front, he kept his head and adapted quickly. After smashing a pyramid of grot dead, falling down from the higher ceiling of the entry room, he got stuck in nicely and pretty much went with the flow. He now merely thrust his power chopper in directions and shouted at those closest to him to fire into the darkness above. Soon, not only grots were amongst the falling dead. A flash boom grenade was thrown up, and the last of the Buggins was slain by orcs shooting their entire clips in their general direction. And of course, being orcs, it was a very general direction indeed. But Tragic Violence was getting a handle on things now, and they pushed on. Good. He could be flexible when needed, thought Kronan. Kronan looked on in amusement as his favourite McMurder stood back from his main mobs for a moment as the doors went down, and he made a great gesture of bowing as the tsunami of grots passed him into the corridors. The orcs themselves joined in and slapped each other on the back and chortled as they looked inside with McMurder. He was in fits of laughter so badly tears of mirth streaked his grimy face as he watched the barbarity that ensued, for the Buggins had a response wave of their own. As the grots who charged in were soon witness to an earthquake-like rumble as the stampeding Buggins came into view. Small at the most, they had claws instead of front hands and leapt into the fray. As they all screamed, hissed and screeched on both sides, the limbs, heads, blood and bones were spraying across the walls so much a river of liquids and offal began to run in the corridors. Kronan checked his data slate. These were Hormagits. But mirth could never overwhelm war aggression for long, and Git Squisher McMurder now threw his head back and bellowed. All his mobs followed suit, then they marched into the madness. McMurder was pushing forward now, and no Buggin could match him. None could stand before his mighty and meaty power claw swings. As expected, Kronan thought, the mad lad was doing well. But what was this with Grinner the Backstabber? For it was utterly unexpected. Kronan's eyes were saucers as he watched the strangest thing in his life. After all the sighing, standing about rather crestfallen and verging on moping, Grinner had seemed to change tack on the flight between the Mork Rampant and the Orc of Omens, for he was right there, riding a wave of grots right into the middle of the first chambers, right at the front, and he was letting off such a colossal fusillade of ducker that even Kronan was impressed. And Kronan finally saw why Grinner was a big boss. He was a whirlwind of twisting and firing, reloading and returning to it, annihilating all of the ceiling dwellers before even a single grot fell in his sector. Kronan darted to his data slate. These Buggins were called Lickers. Yet, when some of the Lickers dropped down and tore through the grots around Grinner, he did not miss a beat. The majority of his orc mobs had been held back by the rushing grots, so Grinner was practically alone in the dead center of the room. He dropped his shooters and drew out his double-handed, double-headed power chopper, and by gawk did he go to work. Kronan was finding a totally newfound respect of this hitherto underrated orc. For Grinner did not move from the spot. Well, he dodged upwards, twisted sideways, evaded literally scores of attacks from the nimble and lightning-fast Lickers. Yet, so few connected with him before he made them into shish kebab. And so it was that Grinner seemed to relax somewhat when his mobs of real orcs passed him and charged into the main thoroughfares coming from the central room. But he did not scrimp on hollering out orders to his boys as they passed him. A select mob of flashkits now hove to him in a circle, and from there, Grinner moved forward fast. Yet he was perpetually looking at something being projected from his hat. Kronan took note immediately, sitting up in a flash. Grinner's hat seemed to have some form of green light coming from it, projecting some form of schematic into his hand when he put it near his eyeline. Odd, that. and Grinner then gathered more of his flash kits and the beefiest of knobs and started pushing in a completely different direction to the majority of his army. Tragic Violence now moved forward at a steady pace, following what was the river of offal and excretions. Yet soon enough, the grot stopped moving forward and started backing up and causing blockages as they met resistance a little more fighty than mere Hormagit. This prong of the assault had gone into a region where the floors and walls were intensely shiny and slippy. Light appeared from nowhere and the walls themselves glowed. But this did not help the greenskins much, as the creatures within the light were as camouflaged as the previous lickers had been in the darkness. For out of seemingly endless side tunnels came 4 armed nasties. Their claws sliced through even mega armor like they were fishnet stockings. Their speed was near that of an Eldar, their aggression equaling the Orc's own, and they pelted into the Orc horde and dragged victims down corridors, leading those who gave chase into rooms full of their kind. The Orcs were not having an easy time of it at all, but that just made the entire event even more thoroughly enjoyable. As we have discussed before, this was the very finest quality fighting outside of charging into a legion of densely packed arse-starters, something that had not happened in a veritable age. Not that Kronan would have known, of course. Speaking of which, he then thumbed his way through until he identified the buggins of White and Claw. They were the Spleen Stealers, or something like that. And crikey, they didn't half match up to the name this time. But back to the action. Tragic Violence called for a close formation. He was right, of course, as the Orcs could have then gunned down the Spleen Stealers when they burst from their side alleys, but again, it was not to be. So, now again going with the flow, Tragic Violence sent out knobs with heavy mobs to back up those who had followed the enemy down into those traps. By sheer weight of numbers, the dint of Kronan's effect on the girth and stature of the boys, they were now hammering the Stealers wherever they found them, but the cost was incredibly high. In most regions, there was not 1 inch of light-panelled walls that were not splattered with buggin or orc blood. Progress was costly, but it was going apace. Back to Git Squisher. Now Kronan had a front row seat for the next stages, as one gloriously dedicated grot had decided to just concentrate on the big boss of his wing of the army. Kronan himself leaned into the vid viewer as he saw what was happening next. For Git Squisher McMurder and his gang had come into a huge cargo area of what was clearly a Hume ship interior. One they were used to, at the least. For there were skulls and columns and images of the gaudy emperor of mankind all over the place. Of course, the image of the emperor always bothered Kronan. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the statues, wondering if that prophetic pervert was still watching him dump. But it was but a fleeting distraction as the action resumed. In the huge cargo bay, things now smashed into the air and fell around a huge force that was approaching the line of grots and orcs. The debris was hurled in all directions. The ground shook under the orcs as they leered at each other. Where anyone from any other race would probably have coloured the front or back of their breeches, the orcs just giggled in anticipation. The clangor rose as the things got closer, then they barreled into view. Kronan had them immediately, for he liked the look of these ones, twice the size of an orc at the shoulder, 10 times the weight of one. They had massive scything talons and snapping claws, chitinous armour so thick that even big Ducker ricocheted off their hides. When these things hit his lines, the greenskins were smashed back, trodden under massive hooves, melted by gouts of plasma that seemed to burst from these things' maws. They were corny flexers. Some of the most bitey and fighty on the menu. They were huge, but not that plentiful. Git Squisher boomed out with laughter as he charged in amongst them. McMurdo himself was a fine specimen of an orc, even for a boss, and he went to work. Bouncing and charging between the bilious buggins, he would put a crack grenade into his power claw, then punch it into the flanks or underbelly of a cornyflex. He would then let go before pulling his claw out of the rampaging beast. Astonishingly, this brutal and cunning maneuver still did not finish off all he used it upon, and these buggins would have explosions of blood and viscera smash out from them, but if they survived the initial explosion, They regenerated so swiftly that they were soon back on the attack, and many who were killed then went into some mad death throes, their dying bodies lashing out at anything and everyone in range before expiring. Kronan was mightily impressed with how McMurdo had performed yet again, for the corniflexers who reacted to the boss were forced to follow him and turn their backs on the encircling shooter and chopper boys, and within no time at all, the last of the corniflexers had been put down. On went Git Squisher McMurdo and his mobs into even deeper realms of the sheep. Switching to the Vidgrots, who had been in the third force, Kronan could not really get a good angle on what was going on, for it seemed odd that so many of Grinner the Backstabber's flash kits seemed to accidentally unload their weapons into the Vidgrot. I mean, really unlucky shots, considering that there were so many grots about to check if their weapons were still active, yet one or two still remained. It seemed to Kronan that the previous momentum and valour of the boss had now depleted at a shocking rate. For now, he and his entourage seemed to be taking a very odd route indeed. They would move up stairwells, down corridors, then round corners, and, with tragic bad luck again, it seemed to War the Grinner was somehow not managing to encounter a single massing of the Buggins. Oh, he and his men were fighting hard, but it seemed to be against termagants, little things with guns that generally bounced off the flashkits and Grinner's armour, and on it went until the group met the central point and genesis of the wee Buggin blighters. For Grinner and a score of his most heavily armoured lads dropped down into a room and unloaded shooter and blaster and heavy rockets into these large mama Buggins, who were previously blurting out termagants like there was a competition to see who could burst the most. Tracy Gons, confirmed Kronan on his data slate. Good. Strange that Grinner then seemed to move in more directions with simply dreadful luck, as there was a dearth of Buggins of note to fight again. Now Kronan was almost feeling a little sad for Grinner, right in the middle of the action, yet getting only piffling amounts of it himself. But it was the hat again that drew Kronan's attention, for Grinner went back to checking the schematic from his hat. Kronan would have to take a peek at this hat, if Grinner made it back, of course. Yet Kronan's reverie was broken by a very unexpected occurrence. Tragic Violence was leading from the front now, rooting for his boys to keep up with him. He led a charge down a very large corridor, so long that none could see its other side in the darkness. It was even longer than the corridor of Butts on Aquilonia, yet something huge came flashing down it. The blast was so wide and powerful that it illuminated entire segments of its surroundings as it came closer. With simply no way to retreat, no place to duck, dodge or hide, Tragic Violence took it straight in the face. To Kronan's utter shock, Tragic had attempted to grab Grots and boys and hold them in front of himself to mitigate some of the impact. Now Kronan was not shocked that he would instinctively choose to use others as a living Orky shield, for had not Kronan himself done this very self-same thing in the Squig games? It was that Tragic Violence was unable to perform the deed well, despite it being shown practically nightly on the fleet vids. And it was with a sniff of disappointment and good riddance that Kronan watched as the ball of Buggin's energy smashed into Tragic and lit him up like a poodle being hit by lightning. His skeleton showed up even behind his armour for the merest second. Then he was gone. His mighty boots the only thing left. The light now shone for a moment down to the corridor's end, and there, standing at the aperture, but in a much larger room, was a huge Buggins with a meaty Daka blurter in hand. It was a Triantaflex, a blaster Buggins par excellence. Nobody was getting down that corridor any time soon. Not because of the Buggins' fire, but because none dared to even begin the charge into that small confined tube of certain death. Kronan sighed. He had expected casualties, but not this stupid a death, and from the cat-pain generous of his own honour guard. Yet Kronan now shrugged, smirked, and stood up. All on the bridge now looked at him, and also leered, as the word went out. The Black Legion was to go to war. For Tragic had been slain, hence his entire army could be smashed, without a decent boss being there to direct and hold the mobs together. With his Vidgrots marching in front of Kronan so he could still enjoy the proceedings, he now made his way to the hangar bays of the Mork Rampant, the marching of his mega-armoured, mega-nob legion stomping behind him. Well, a few hundred anyways. Some more were already in situ, ready to counter any breakout attempts from the Buggins. But the Buggins were doing well, and they had no reason to leave their lairs. And so it was that Kronan set off to take command of the 3rd Assault Prong, and march his legion into the midst of the Terror Kid factory. And so it was that we rejoin our hero, Kronan Da Kunnin, Lord of all of Aquilonia. And to be frank, or earnest, which is usually more politique, he was growing to be more than just a single-system ruler now. For in all of the hurly-burly of relating his most close-up camera shots, you know, the fuel-injected high adventure that we have all come to adore, anyways, it is freely admitted that even a chronicler as well acquainted with the source material as I must needs omit some details. I mean, it's not like I share my cataloguing of every one of the mighty Kronan's anal exhales, which now stands at 20,323 from the first entry, just for the record. But I dare say sharing my meticulously annotated spreadsheets on the force, bouquet, reach and staying power of said body burps would scant add anything to this retelling of a tale of such magnificence. Just know there is always more for me to relate. In fact, probably more happens off-screen than on. But the nature of storytelling is getting to the good bits, as all else is for the long, tedious tales of the Humies and the Smeldar, who literally have nothing better to do with their time. I mean, honestly, if one of these foul and noxious runty races can spend resources on supporting anything more than one chronicler at a time, then it clearly shows a lack of prioritization skills, and would go a long way to explaining why the Humies and the Smeldar were so absolutely rubbish at fighting. Because their utmost import in any engagement was the defraying of casualties in any, fray, and they were missing the point entirely. It would be like spending entire decades to become a fry cook on a world with replicators. It would be like many a chopper made by an immature boy. Pointless, yet obviously not redundant. Well, at least not in that situation, as it could be used as a cudgel, which effectively would just elongate any scrap. Hence, it was always a boon to any youth, as it meant that they would have to put in more willy to get the job done, and a gratuitous application of elbow grease was the key to most good bundles. But the runty races would never understand. These unspeakable killjoys had no idea what a good war was even about. Not really. I mean, the Smeldar were okay at killing things, that could not be denied. And the R-starters of the Humies, the Spaced Marines, well, they were particularly shooty, choppy and stabby, very fighty. But Kronan again considered that the R-starters must have more orc in them than Humie. You see, the Smeldar, Humies and Toe Empire all shared the same singular issue. They were far too goal-oriented. Defend this base, stop that fleet, protect this city, stop this massacre, prevent that genocide, etc., etc., and on and on. They never took the time to really smell the roses. Not that any orc would put it like that, but the statement is manifestly self-evident nonetheless. And as any good proper greenskid knew, when it came to fighting, it really was all about the participation. Anyways, this all adds up to the confirmation that I am not pestering or overburdening the patience of my audience with endless pre-correlated details of little worth, although I am aware that some gain gargantuan mahogany, redwood or oak tent poles from the discussion of logs and sticks. It is still something I tend to skirt over. Not that I am stating that skirts are a particularly important part of this tale, as they are clearly not. I have not even rizzed Admiral Tartan or McMurdo for their strangely kilt-like attire, which everyone outside of Malt Whiskey Land realizes is just a plaited skirt. And so it was that elements of Kronan's war were getting antsy at times. Despite the extravagant, gaudily lavish entertainments laid on by Kronan's Mystery of Truth, some were indeed grinding their teeth with inaction. And as teeth were the universally accepted currency for the greenskins, this was viewed by the Cunning One as a potential threat to his economy. Again, since the debacle of the Stock Exchange, we have nary even mentioned the fiscus, the finances of the war, because it is tedious, and doth not contain either spittle, struggle, or slaughter. Hence, it has been omitted. Sidebar. Multitasking. Ha! See? I remembered, so I thought I'd get it in quick. Now I have time for this exceptional sidebar, as I did not wish to clutter the last chapter, for it can be difficult to remain on point during such a thoroughly chaotic narrative. But one would not expect anything but the most cunning of linguistics to lick out such an important annal. The ongoing exploits of the Cunning One, Kronan. Ergo, which is rarely heard these days, we get to the sidebar proper. For multitasking is yet another skill, facility, mighty power of the most orky of orcs. Now Kronan was all too aware of the import of his time, as has been mentioned earlier. Hence the institution of the rule of 3 so many moons ago, which really did diminish the amount of boss botherers who now attempted to court his favour. But with first contact rituals and other such matters perpetually on his docket, Kronan's time was even more at a premium than ever before. Thus, even in rare repose, Kronan would be perpetually observing the universe around him, and this, of course, would lead on to being attacked by ideas. And so, Kronan learnt of multitasking while enjoying the matinee Squig Surprise event. For the Lord of Orcs marvelled at not only the sheer carnage that arose as soon as the grots were teleported into the giant Squigoth pens, but also the economy of action. And Kronan looked on agape as he witnessed the amount of grots the mighty Squigoths could exterminate in such a short time frame. Their every movement slew scores of the grots, a foot falling on many, other grots being thrown into walls by the impact. Others, in their wide-eyed screeching to be free of the enclosed area, would slam themselves against the walls. As Kronan watched the impaling of 4 grots on the one horn, the lumen in his head flickered on. For he now knew he had to be as a Squigoth fury. He had to watch his life for opportunities to deal with multiple issues at the same time. Multitasking. Thus did Kronan set to utilizing his time to its absolute optimum. For example, if Kronan was to chastise one of his bosses, he would invite all those who he was even slightly dubious about. Hence, when he tore the head off the rare annoying malcontent, he would also quell many a subsequent rising by making an exhibition of the recalcitrant knob or boss. Strangely, it seemed to really put the loyalty back into his mobs and knobs when he went to town on one of said miscreants. And thus, ironically, proving the ancient Smeldar axiom, it is easier to kill 2 stoners with 1 bird, or something like that. In any case, Kronan was now a master of multitasking, and the war thrived due to it. End sidebar. But where was I going with all this? Oh yes, that Kronan had been canny indeed, for he had sent off the most rambunctious of his flotillas to grab extra turf. Well, the systems themselves were of little use to Kronan at this stage, as he was fully intent on his war, and, like many a leader, he concentrated on that which would maintain his forward momentum, and thus popularity with the masses. Yet, inside, even the Cunning One had an eye to the future. Well, more on askance shifty gods every now and again. But Kronan did ponder that if he did pull all of this off and succeeded in his war, well, it might be nice to have an empire to come back to for a break, obviously, before then setting off on his next campaign of utter carnage. Also, as we have heard in the sidebar concerning booty, Status was indeed a very important thing amongst the bosses of any truly Orky congregation. And so it was that Kronan had taken to sending his most dense, independent, or incompetent warbosses off on their own little side missions, and most were utterly ineffective, and were nary heard from again. Yet, even amongst the sorry bunch that Kronan had sent out, there seemed to be a few unlikely winners. Well, more to put it, that there were a few who were not led by total grot-lickers. For the mustering of this mighty scrap being held somewhere in the sector had indeed denuded the vast majority of the Hume worlds from any real backbone. Once upon a time, a planetary deference farce, you know, the local Hume fighters. Well, more like part-timers really, but in any case, they were still present and would usually have been able to resist most Orky assaults. Yet, with the guidance of an excellent example, that paragon of battle and victory, Kronan Da Kunnin, some of the ne'er-do-wells had actually played a blinder. Hence, as Kronan messed about with the Goliath Spacehawk, the Orcs of Omen, he was hardly sitting with his thumbs up his butt. No, he had been conquering everywhere for light years around. It's just that no real resistance of the magnitude to justify an actual description of events was in the offing. Needless to say, Kronan was well pleased with every single victory, heralding them through the mystery of truth, while utterly suppressing the many myriad of total cock-ups that had occurred across the sector. Like, who would really need the nitty-gritty about the self-crumping of Sigma Delta Theta 15, where the entire massed greenskins had mistakenly appeared on two ends of the planet, only to think the other side indigenous non-speed war orcs. Hence, they butchered each other to the last greenskin, neither side willing to forfeit the victory in the name of the Cunning One, even when they started calling their enemy by their names whilst mid-clash. Nor would the tale of the mega-whoops of Wankanda 2 be worthy of dissemination, for this particularly goofy event underlined the import of coordinating landing sites for major transports, only truly being learnt when over 24 attack ships of the line all headed for the same strip of open space before the Hume's capital city. Alas, the many speed freaks in charge of the flying of said transports saw absolutely no reason why they should surrender their obvious right-of-way. Hence, the landing strip soon looked like a multi-story car park populated by burning wrecks. Obviously, it was a truly side-splitting spectacle to view, yet not exactly the kind of result the Cunning One would laud, and it was also something that the mere mention of would send Ducker von Smashhoven into paroxysms of rage. So, Kronan had the evidence removed and the mystery on the hunt for gabblers and grumblers, you know, blabbermouths. Yet, even amongst these utter fripperies, there were potential concerns. The first was the defiance of one particular world. It made even less sense to Kronan than usual, for this planet was barely of note, hardly defended, and mostly, well, pointless really. Yet, even after 3 assaults, it had held firm. None could quite understand why so many of the boys had been exterminated quite so quickly when there was so little obvious resistance. Kronan decided that the very first place he would visit with his brand new wonderful sheep, the Orcs of Omen, would be this strangely resilient, fern-festooned world of Ramalama Ding Dong 4. The second issue was by far the more grating, for more than a few Orc raiding forces had been sliced to ribbons by Smeldar ships. They would come out of nowhere and rip Kronan's formations to pieces whenever they ventured too far west in the sector. Kronan knew without a shadow of doubt that this could only mean that they were infringing on the space lanes of that redoubtable scoundrel and Smeldar pirate admiral, Yanes Blonde. Another whelp for the breaking. Another chapter in the glorious chronicles of the Cunning One. Now Kronan had already assigned Admiral Hakbar to be the first part of his larger plans, so he was definitely busy, as he would be setting off as soon as a dozen rocks were ready. Yet, in Kronan's estimation, Grandmouth Tartan did indeed require a bit more experience, commanding a fleet the size of the Cunning Wars. When this fern-strewn world was finally brought under his power, Kronan swore that he would bring this piratic parasite to bay, and then tear off his limbs, splash his blood to the four winds, then jump up and down on the bits before feeding them to Tiddles, who Kronan could then watch expel from his posterior only hours later. Now all of that is said and done, the overall update given as usual, let us progress to the prime cuts of the matter. The battle against the Terrorkids, the busting of the Buggins, the war to claim the guts of the Orcs of Omen. For, as we have heard last time, Kronan had broken the initial assault forces into a trident of terror. 3 war bosses for the 3 prongs of the attack, one headed up by the ever-vicious but ever-loyal Kit Squisher McMurder, the second ostensibly led by that weasel Grinner the Backstabber, and the last was posthumously under the command of Tragic Violence, a bit of a Johnny-come-lately, who was the cat-pain generous of the Legion. Tragic had been shot out by a Triantaflex. The ball of purple power that slapped the cat-pain in the mush also was strong enough to turn his entire upper half into smush. Hence the third prong of the attack was now literally headless, and it was Kronan, who would now barge in to lead this group of greenskin warriors before the Buggins could surround, slaughter, and snaffle the lot. And so it was that Kronan took shuttle across to the Orcs of Omen at the head of a couple of hundred of his bodyguard, the mega-armored nutters of his legion. Yet it was to prove less straightforward than that, for in Kronan's train was of course his pet squig, Tiddles. Now this caused a very strange affair indeed, for the squigs were usually seen wandering about the place, and nobody oft took any notice of them until they were either hungry or being chewed on by a particularly aggressive wee ball of dental destruction. Yet this had also been changing. It seemed to be another side effect of the blessings of Mork. Yet another sign of the bounty of the god of cunning brutality unto Kronan. For the proliferation of the grots was one thing, the increase in the size of those who were closest to Kronan another, the sheer exhibitions of thinking yet another. But now it seemed a greater blessing had just begun, for it passed as odd originally, but those who follow the chronicles with avid ears and cunning of their own will realize there was something very special about this squig. Tiddles was now of a size to even growl at a squigoth and not fear. Oh, the chances of him being anything but squashed into a pate by one was still astronomical, but it was a simple fact that Tiddles was now the largest baseline squig any had ever seen, and he had also been augmented by the strategic sowing of multiple mad boys to his posterior, all done during the preparation for the battle against Toba and the worshippers of the wimpy gods of chaos. But the problem was that these mad boys, they seemed to have been absorbed into Tiddles, and it became obvious to all that something was now going on with Tiddles. For he was able to transport himself where he should not be, had no logical or even orky way of getting to the places he did, and there had been reports of him appearing inside people's rooms and attempting to snaffle them. Well, the reports were more just evidence really, for none survived his nocturnal snacking. Yet the evidence was overwhelming, mostly because it was a pile of dung that was not born of any normal orc body. And it left an odour so foully overwhelming as to only be possible from either the Great One himself or his huge and perpetually hungry squig, Tiddles. But more than this, the other squigs acted differently when Tiddles was amongst them. Their fightiness and bitiness were sent skyrocketing. They would surround him and follow him wherever he went. As Kronan was unto the boys, Tiddles was unto the squigs. And, strangely, quite a few snots as well. Go figure. When Kronan's sheep landed on one of the many bays of the Orcs of Omen, the furore was real. Kronan walked down the gangplank with other transports blurting out scores of his mega-armoured knobs. But as soon as a massive squig Tiddles appeared beside him, the bays were hit by a tsunami of bitey balls of hate, all wagging and waiting for their own master, Tiddles, the avatar of teeth, to show them the way. Now, on his procession to the place of pain, old Kronan was watching the feeds from the many vidgrots he'd sprinkled amongst the usual ways of the diminutive wretches, and thus he felt like a front-row spectator in the carnage, for the groups were performing pretty much as expected, but not anything beyond the scope of the ken of the Lord of the Cunning War, Kronan. For he predicted that the forces under the late, and definitely not great, tragic violence would be in trouble, and that they were. For the Buggins had smelt their discord, their lack of central control, and their panic. Hence, they were now initiating a plethora of flanking and sweeping actions that would indeed cut the forlorn group from their reinforcements. Kronan would act swiftly and decisively as soon as he got there, of course. Yet the other two were now the main part of his concentration. And again, there was no surprise from those forces led by the whirlwind of destruction, Git Squisher McMurder. They were doing quite nicely, all things considered. Git Squisher had managed to retain some form of Orky order, which wasn't saying much, but it was enough for those closest to him to hear, understand, and disseminate the orders he was constantly screaming at his mobs. Not that this interrupted his wholehearted indulgence in gratuitous violence, because nothing could really prevent this from such an Orky orc as McMurder. Yet he was managing to hold his force together and get it where he wanted it to be, doing what he wanted it to do, which was, of course, the smashing of the Buggins. Kronan nodded his appreciation of the huge green merchant of death's generalship, as he then moved on to Grinner. Now Grinner the Backstabber had begun the event in such a way as to make Kronan question his evaluation of the previously very suspect orc boss. For Grinner had practically ridden a wave of grots into the centre of a breaching zone, then stood his ground and pulverized scores of Buggins while holding out for his Flashkit guard to catch him up. Yet the moment of orky goodness had now been replaced with a decidedly un-orky set of events. For Kronan had been watching Grinner quite carefully, trying to be fair, for he did not like Grinner originally, and being betrayed by the wretch, well, that had not exactly enamoured Kronan to him. Yet in the time since that wee faux pas, Grinner had proven to be the most trusty of servants. Also, he was always game for being the butt of many of Kronan's minor japes. Thus, Grinner had grown on the Lord of Cunning. Not like a wart, one of those nasty ones where the hair sticks out, nor like a mould or other fungi, nor even like a rising damp patch that simply won't shift no matter how dry the room is or how much you treat it. No, he had grown on Kronan like a scar that reminded him of a particularly good scrap, or more to put it, Kronan did not wish to disembowel Grinner whenever he turned around a corner and bumped into him accidentally. Yet, after accruing so many good boy points, Grinner now went about spending them as fast as possible. And his estimation in Kronan's eyes dropped radically. Of course, there was also the matter of the hat. For Grinner's flashkits had shot out most of the grots near them in ludicrously unlucky events where the shooters just seemed to go off all by themselves whenever pointed at a vidgrot. Yet, there were always more, and it was from the remaining vidgrot feeds that Kronan could watch the strange goings-on of the Backstabber. And it was deeply concerning for Kronan. Well, it would have been if he were anything other than an orc, for they do not really have concerns. More it was something that made Kronan want to flatten Backstabber, for he had something that Kronan did not. An odd thing, a strange thing, a magical hat. Now Kronan would have made his way to Grinner right then and there if he had suspected that Grinner's headgear was of the sort to attract and concentrate thinking and ideas. Yet this did not seem to be the case, for Kronan knew the exhaustion that would come from performing this most holy yet terribly dangerous practice. Hence, he was not perturbed. What Kronan was interested in was the nature of the hat. Why did it have green lights coming out of it that created some form of holographic map? How did the hat know the layout of the Orcs of Omen? How by Mork's buttocks did the hat know the layout of the Orcs of Omen? Was Grinner using the hat? Was the hat, in fact, wearing Grinner? A terrible revelation that caused Kronan to almost stop in his tracks. Luckily, the nudging from about 40 of his guards slamming into his back propelled Kronan forward again on his journey. Mused Kronan. This hat issue had to be resolved, and swiftly, for Grinner was using the hat to do very odd things. Grinner's main force was indeed heading forward down the usual routes, being the main corridors into the center of the space hulk. Yet Grinner and his entourage seemed to be going up ramps, down staircases, across empty rooms, in a convoluted, squiggly way that had no rhyme or reason. Each time Grinner came to a fork in the road, he would consult his hat, and from it would come these green lights that made up the schematics. It seemed impossible. Before, Kronan believed it was just pitiful luck for him to avoid all of the good fighting. But no, it was not. For Kronan could clearly make out that Grinner was. He was avoiding fights! Somehow, the scoundrel was ducking out of real scraps and heading towards almost entirely clear zones which the Buggins had vacated to get to the battlefront. Disgusting. Sidebar. The secret of the success of pirates. The helmet of Santango, the Endowed. In an age mired in the sticky threads of ancient antiquity, most likely being about a decade ago, for the memory of the greenskins is shorter than a kin's sideburns after being hit by a blast from the furnaces, there was once a corsair of prodigious, natural talent. And he made common cause with the powers of the Emperor. For his part in the pact, Santango ever used his powers for destroying the clean, the freighter, and the bitch. Yet Santango was also renowned for his prodigious, appetites. Hence he was gifted a power beyond the run-of-the-mill. For with his prophetic peen, he was able to predict the movements of his enemy. Not only did this really help with massive fleet engagements, but also in evading the existing paramours of his latest conquests when they eventually returned home. Thus, by using his peen's prophetic powers, could Santango the Endowed extricate himself from near any trap or ambush before it ever closed. Alas, the only time this did not work was when he met the forces of Yanes Blonde in open void war. For the Smeldar are far more adept at pulling back the foreskins of the future than any Hume, even this most gifted and blessed of all pirates. Hence did Santango meet his match, which proved more than one, and as a result, Santango was forced onto his knees in defeat. It was with his small fruit-peeling blade that James Blonde ended the connection betwixt the pirate and his powerful peen. Yet, when all was said and done, the Smeldar prince dropped the peen out of the nearest airlock. Long hours did it float, unknown, unowned, forever twitching to get back to its master. And by luck, it is just about then that a sheep of Grinner did meander into the region looking for scrap or a scrap. It was here that Grinner was guided to claim the prophetic member via its green lambent light. Yet, he knew via a strangely transcendental dream that while he was known to possess the peen, he would never be able to live without looking over his shoulder. And considering his neck was incredibly short, and his shoulders were as huge as any other orc warbosses, this could cause a severe lack of vision, one that would make him vulnerable forevermore. All would slay him for the powers of the peen, unless he hid them, unless he hid it. Hence did Grinner the Backstabber have created a fell garment indeed. the helmet of St. Hungo the Endowed, a hat with an eye patch over a secret aperture, so it would only shine out its guidance when he wanted. And it was indeed Grinner's intention to dodge the main concentration of Buggins, as if they were an irate husband armed with a set of white-hot todger-removing tongs. Sidebar over. And so it was that Kronan entered the Terrakid factory, his mighty Legion at his back. And it was not long before Kronan got to the very seat of the problem, the U-bend that tragic violence had simply not been able to flush. For there was the main corridor that had a time to flex at its end. The huge Buggin had a mighty shooter that had already accounted for tragic, but there was simply no way around it. Now Kronan was not alone, as we know, and a segment of his legion had already tried scouting ahead for love of their lord. Alas, this meant that when Kronan and Tiddles snuck their heads round the corner to take a peek, or a shufti, they were greeted by the vista of a small shopping mall worth of smoking boots. To be fair, one or two sets were almost halfway down the corridor, and Kronan swelled with pride at the speed his mega-armoured knobs must have been booking it to get that far. Of course, Tiddles wanted to just charge down the corridor immediately, and there were a plethora of the balls behind him. In fact, the advent of Tiddles had begun to turn the tide all over the ship, for his minions, his fellow but lesser squigs, had now crawled into every air vent, conduit and catwalk, pouring into the Buggins-held region like a virus. There were clangs, and the odd vent would explode, and downpours of squigs and little Terrakid Buggins, called slippers, or something like that, would roll around on the floor, killing each other. Kronan again swelled with pride, for he could now feel the war around him, between himself and the air vents, his squigs and the Buggins, even between himself and the trying to flex. It was truly epic. It was almost as if the air was alive with the very vibration of war, which of course it was. Sidebar: Spore Wars. The true oddity of the Orcs and the Buggins was that they fought each other even on the microscopic level. For as each of the Orcs died, they released a miasma of spores that floated out into the atmosphere, yet they were still Orcoids. And thus, they wanted to not only plant themselves in a warm wet patch to grow, but they were also more than amply enthused with a good brawl. The Buggins, for themselves, also alter the very atmosphere of any location they inhabit. Tiny spores from the Terrakids would change the landscape, the air, the very water, preparing all of it for consumption by the Hive Fleet. Hence the two agents in the air, across every surface, Orcoid spores and Buggin bacteria, fought each other viciously. As each Buggin slew an Orc, they added to the strength of the microscopic warriors. Yet, as the Orcs marched across the sheep, burning everything in their path, they were destroying the very means of producing reinforcements for this conflict. Thus, with every step they took and every Buggin stack they burnt, the Orcs were beating the Buggins back again and again. It was glorious. Sidebar over. And so it was that Kronan knew what he had to do, for this was like the riddle of the boxes. Well, okay, that was a stretch, but it was a conundrum nonetheless. For Kronan knew he could dispatch the Triant effects if he ever got in close with the colossal bugger. Yet, to get there would mean taking more than a few shots from the Orc puddle-generating mega shooter that seemed to be growing out of its hands, like a particularly nasty line of snot that comes attached to your finger after a good rubbage. You know, the kind that no matter how you flick, it always just sticks. Hence you have to rub it off on a passing grot or snot. Stringy, you know. Anyway, Kronan did not mess about. He knew three things immediately. Number 1, Tiddles would follow him wherever he went. Number 2, the Buggin could fire at least twice, probably thrice, if he just hoofed it along the corridor. And 3, he needed to do something soon, as more of his legion were charging in there whilst he deliberated. The pressures of command, eh? And so it was that Kronan was molested by another idea. But one he wholeheartedly endorsed this time. It wasn't like the last bunch of ideas from yesterday, or was it the day before? In either case, the idea to make a grot shrinker so he could keep one in his ear for emergency cogitations, well, it seemed like a good idea at first. But then Kronan remembered that the grots did tend to wee a lot. The thought of a miniature grot peeing in his ear forced Kronan to scupper the plan immediately. Nor was the thought of expanding his fists a good one, if truth be told. For Kronan initially thought that he would be able to hit bigger things, grab and throttle things like those massive kites of the Humies. You know, the ones about the size of a stomper or more. How he could grab a foot and then use it to smash up other kites. But it dawned on Kronan that this situation would make bogey flicking near impossible. For the thought of having a good nasal cavity clean-out with fingers the size of a Land Raider Crusader, well, it seemed impractical and potentially very ouchy. And Kronan did stumble upon the concept of it being, well, a tad sacrilegious, really. For was he not the impressive height and terrifying girth due to the blessings of his god? Was he not exactly the right size for the task Mork had set before him? Of course he was. Hence, the fist beginner was also revoked. Now Isaac Newton and Happy Len were particularly disappointed, so they said that they would make it anyway and use it on Humies. A bit of market research. As ideas went, Kronan saw that it was good. But where were we? Ah yes, the conundrum of the corridor. Now Kronan was indeed an almost uniquely driven greenskin, and although he understood his pace and import, that the war would literally tear itself apart if he were to fall, and yet he was still an orc. And he wanted to give the Tyrantaflex the gifts of Mork. Hence his idea made him chortle, and then he gave the order. Within a minute, he had 3 of his legion on either side, each in Meganob armor, of course, and so 2 grabbed an arm and 1 a leg on either side of his bulk, and they began to swing him back and forth in unison. Now to say that the first 6 knobs got this right was a massive overestimation. He did go through 2 entire groups before they got it right. The first being snaffled by Tiddles, who construed them as attacking his lord. But when Kronan had a nice calm chat between Tiddles' nose and the Cunning One's fist, he seemed to get the point that his master was in no danger. Well, not from the lifting knobs at any rate. But in any case, the third try was the charm. As the 6 knobs' armor clanked and squealed under the effort, but Kronan was building up a lot of momentum as he was swung back and forth. Then, at his mighty command, they let go. And Kronan slammed into the wall of the corridor, and then slid down it like a toboggan. The oddity of it being that he rolled so that it was his front that was slammed against the wall and floor as he sped like a bullet towards his quarry. He needed to keep his butt as a first line of defense. The Tyrantaflex unleashed a ball of plasmatic death towards our hero, yet, as it came to destroy him, it smashed against an egg shield of power. The shield took most of the hit, Kronan's mega shiny mega armor absorbing the splash easily. Now, issue 1 immediately came into place, as Tiddles charged after his master. But when the blast came, the avatar of teeth flashed a brilliant green, then disappeared. Kronan smirked as he slid, his nose being pushed up beyond his forehead at the time as it dragged across the surfaces. Kronan knew that this was the moment he was either a genius or about to become a smoking blancmange. For the Terracid Tyrantaflex should surely fire just once more before he struck it, yet Kronan flew out of the corridor and directly into the thing's back with both feet, his boots smashing into his tail as he screeched to a stop. He looked up to see what he had hoped would happen. For now, the Tyrantaflex was tugging and pulling as if its head were about to come off, which is exactly true. For in the desperation of the moment, Tiddles had performed his new party trick and had teleported next to the thing attacking his lord. Kronan stood up and took out his mighty chopper and rushed around the bulk of the buggin. And there he guffawed as he saw the head of the Triantaflex inside the maw of the Avatar of Teeth. It had its arms between the jaws of Tiddles and was barely keeping him from finishing his bite, which would tear its head clean off, of course. Tiddles was growling and shaking as he tried to get the Buggin to accept his dental delivery. But Tiddles now wagged his tail as one of his tiny eyes watched Kronan come round the Buggin. The Triantaflex hit the ball of teeth with its gun as it could not get it pointed directly at him, but it suddenly went still, for Kronan had beheaded it in one fell swoop. Which was a bit of a shock to Tiddles, really. As Kronan turned to give his pet a swift hug, he saw Tiddles still had crossed eyes from where Kronan's chopper had passed so close to his face. Yet the moment was shattered by the screeching of small gun Buggins. They had rushed in to witness the death of the Triantaflex and unloaded into Kronan and Tiddles. Yet, at this point, there was another roar. For the Black Legion had discerned that their lord was not a smoking pile, hence they had charged down the corridor themselves. The Buggins fired their Barbaras, or something like that, at Kronan. Yet his armour was the finest of muggins, the most impressive of shiny bits. And also, his butt-held power field generator had recovered. Hence all of the shots bounced off, and Tiddles hid behind his master for but a second, as the Black Legion leapt from the corridor in their scores. They unleashed their shooters into the Barbara Git, and any who weathered the fire were soon dispatched in the best way possible, by chopper action. Well, Power Claw, Boot and Headbutt also, of course. But the point is that they were crushed in close-quarter combat, the only one that truly counted. And so, the bottleneck had been breached, the dam torn apart. And now Legion knobs and oceans of squigs were pouring forward. Grots too, of course, but they were hardly worthy of the mentioning. Well, apart from the Vidgrots. Alas, things were not as smooth as they could be. But then, where would be the fun if things went as expected? For in the next region, there were whole new Buggins to fight. Excellent. For the next few rooms and regions were a messy battle indeed, for none could see more than a few paces in front of them, due to a deep icky fog that permeated the air. The rooms were filled with venom ropes. They had odd fat bodies that had a veritable squid's worth of long tentacles. Although they were not particularly nifty and close, they made everything more challenging. For these wiggly Buggins were not the main event at all. They were just hiding the next adventure in battlefield butchery. For out of the muck and mire came an avalanche of utter animals. The orcs were generally moving forward with quite a lot of joviality. The jocularity of the situation was side-splitting, as the greenskins all made wafting movements over their noses, and more than a few attempted to add to the miasma with their own trouser coughs. Alas, in their enthusiasm, more than a few simply followed through, which of course was loud and squitty and led to even more guffawing. It was in the midst of this silliness that they, the Buggins, struck. The air could almost be seen to move as blood-curdling screams filled it. Now these weren't good, honest, deep-throated orky screams. These were not bellows of defiance or calls to combat. These were blood-curdling screeching affairs that made more than a few of the boys cease their laughter. And the Buggins came out of the fog like a thunderbolt. Well, if a thunderbolt was about 20 foot tall, spat bioplasmatic death, and had 4 colossally stabby and rippy limbs made of hate. And so it was that the stream of fillers barreled into the orc lines. Yet, were these not Kronan's elite forces, his Black Legion? The massive monsters came in hard, and their initial onslaught was devastating. When Kronan strode forward, his knobs, mobs, and boys came with him. Now, Kronan had not brought Hacknien with him on this particular jaunt, for he was saving that up for a proper fight. For Kronan considered this just a bit of fun, like a bouncy castle, whatever that was, but with spikes and randomly appearing lava flows. He would always take a rumble seriously, of course, but he did not really consider this sort of fray that eventful. Well, eventful was not exactly the word, for Kronan had to drop his chopper and shooter to grab 2 of the very pointed talons that the stream of filler before him had managed to get past his reach. Yet he had already shorn off the other 2 from the beast, so he did not mind leaving his gut open. And so it was that Kronan then pulled the arms of the Buggin back and broke them like kindling. The thing thrashed as much as a Drukhari at a whipping contest, but Kronan just planted his head into its face until the Buggin was just a headless mush on the floor. Now Kronan would have been slain in this event too, as he was getting so into the headbutting that he lowered his guard. Yet his trusty pet saved him once again. As another stream of filler came in, Tiddles jumped on it and bit into its face and upper body. The thing was then dragged down by an avalanche of squigs, who were attempting to help Tiddles, the avatar of teeth. And so it was that the Black Legion also cut and broke, ripped and tore into the Goliaths. They had even more fun with these ones than the corny flexers. And when the waves of the fillers stopped, there was a small groan from the lines of greenskins. Well, more of a moan of, "Oh, is it over already?" type affair. And when the streamers were all dead, they all went on to catch and kill every last one of the squiggly venom ropes. So, with spirits high and weapons wet, Kronan led his forces even deeper into the Terracid factory. Kronan flicked a quick look at the screens of the Vidgrots, just to keep abreast of the progression of the attack elsewhere. Now, Gitsquisher McMurder had a definite lead on Kronan, for he had been in the first wave and not experienced a hold-up to Kronan's forces, as they were previously led by the now smoking boots of Tragic. And so it was that McMurder had passed his own trials. His prong had been engaged by a vast rank of Buggin chopper and blaster gits. Standing just about the size of a knob, these ones seemed more organised, more closely packed and far more stable. Hence, they were packed in quite deep when the orcs hit their lines. The bony swords of the Buggin warriors cut straight through even mega armour, so there was almost a bank of dead orc boys before the main lines of the Buggins. Yet, when McMurder hit their line, they buckled. He was as wrathful as a librarian who has a visit by the Society for whispering slightly too loudly while slowly reading out, but bursting into tears and snot-bubble misery when this is pointed out, no matter how politely. An odd and long-named society, it is true. Yet all is possible in the grim darkness of the far future. Anyways, McMurder was a thing of pure rage and stabbiness. He swung his power claw like a baton twirler at a parade, and there was nothing but Buggin bits left in his wake. As the greenskins piled into the gap he created, the Buggin block disintegrated. With grots and squigs now covering the floors and ripping at anything not aware of them, the boys took the Buggin blades on their choppers, and the Buggins were ripped asunder. At this rate, McMurder would be at the centre of the hive before Kronan. But then, things had been so fun, Kronan would not begrudge it, even if he was pipped at the post. But when Kronan attempted to view Grinner the Backstabber's thrust, all he could see were the boys and knobs. It seemed that Grinner and his flashkits had managed to kill every last Vidgrot who had followed the hat-wearing weasel. Kronan had no doubt that it was now between himself and McMurder, and he was also pretty certain that Grinner would come up with some excuse about being lost in the winding corridors or something like that. Miserable. What kind of an orc was Grinner? Was he an orc at all? Perhaps he was actually a modified Humie. Something like an arse-starter, modified to look like an orc. But then, mused Kronan swiftly, he doubted even an arse-starter, a space marine, would avoid crumping to this miserable degree. To Kronan, of all the fathoms ever conceived, this, surely, was the most honourable. For no true orc was ever afeard of crumping, nor, more especially, being crumped. And in some small way, Kronan had the right of the matter. For the orcs did not suffer from the most prevalent and potent of all curses across the entire Warhammer universe. Sidebar. The curse of Hazagorot, the Shite-Flinger. Now it is a well-known self-evident truism that most beings are utterly bowel-liquefyingly terrified of passing their sell-by fate. And by that, I don't mean developing a middle-aged sped or sag, nor becoming a bit whiffy via continence and confidence-eroding accidents and the like, or reaching for something too high in a supermarket, and having that twinge that prophesies a week of laying on a couch and dissolving into hot baths to release the discomfort, and looking longingly back to the days when putting on socks was a mere task and not a barely possible trial. No. I refer, of course, to the final and ultimate inconvenience. Passing on, pushing up daisies, pining for the fjords, etc., etc., et al., et al. In a word, death. For it is not as simple as saying that sentience equates to awareness of the finality of it all. In the grim darkness of the far future, the entire galaxy is also labouring under a terrible malady, the curse of Hazagarot, the shite-flinger. For he was once a godlike being, a Catpan. And he was so brutal, so terrible, that he affected the psyche of all who now dwell in the Milky Way galaxy. And thus, the image of death to many is the very visage of Hazagarot. When the war in heaven was at its very height, he was destroyed, shat into a million pieces by his own slaves, yet his influence has been so suffocating that all sentient beings now fear his presence, and they fear death. Yet, the Krork, the ancestors of the good and honest orcs, were spared from this horrific psychosis. Now the Smeldar state that they too had no fear of death, but this was because, like the milksops that they are, they knew it would not be permanent. For the Smeldar could reincarnate. Well, they could before the advent of She Who Thrusts. And the Fat One, the Bookie Bird, and the Juice God, of course. Now, without this little get-out-of-purgatory free card, they have succumbed to the curse as well. So, to put a pin in this one, the whole galaxy is scared of an old Catman, who has been shat into a million pieces many millions of years ago. Silly, isn't it? And so, the orcs are not conscious nor scared of any threat to their lives. Well, some are, like a grot staring at a knob in mid-crumping. Yet this is probably more the wish to avoid pain, not death. But the fear of death does not affect the real orcoids. Anything larger than a grot. Okay, well that leaves orcs and squigoths. But the point stands. Orcs do not fear death. So they do whatever absolute ridiculousness that comes into their heads, whenever they wish, wherever they wish. Ha ha. Sidebar over. And so it was. The Kronan was again brought back to the affray at hand. For his forces now pushed into a different area entirely. He could feel he was getting closer to the central hub of the Buggins, for they now came out at his forces in a slathering rage. All pretense at previous subtlety, utterly subsumed in the sheer joy of combat. Or that is how Kronan liked to view it, at the least. Yet, Kronan was in paroxysms of pleasure when he stepped into the next room. For there were these gorgeous Buggins. Things of true wonder. He knew their names. He had seen them on his beloved data slate. But the pics and the description, at least this time, had been utterly and woefully incapable of doing it justice. For the hearty flexers before him were lovely. With eyes like saucers filled with wonder, Kronan basked in the butchery. He even considered bellowing for one to be taken alive, for what a phenomenal pet it would make. Yet Kronan then looked into the wide eyes of his most beloved, his huge and gnashy Tiddles, the avatar of teeth. What need he for some huge nasty thing to be kept under a trapdoor, leading into a pit with this beast underneath? Oh, the fun would be astonishing. Yet how could he replace or supplant his own kin, his own besotted and loyal Tiddles? He found he could not. Hence he decided to do the next best thing and get in on the action. Tiddles waggled his tail as he followed Kronan into the melee. But what was so exciting about the hearty flexers? Well, they were just a cornucopia of crushing and killing. Their body bulk was the size of a corniflex, or perhaps even a Tracygon. But it had two huge crushing claws at the front, and wonder of wonders, a maw filled with tentacles and teeth so prolific it was like looking down into a squig pen at feeding time. But the pièce de résistance was a long tongue that came lashing out and grabbed even knobs and dragged them back into its gob hole. like a massive frog, whatever that was, sitting on a lily pad, swatting juicy flies out of the skies. Kronan was in love. Well, he would have been if the Greenskins had the capacity, which they do not. The trade-off for not succumbing to the curse, one would imagine. Ah well. In either case, the hearty flexers were like a one-beast training machine, for they jabbed out with their tongue, then came at you with their tentacles, all while you had to duck and roll away from the gratuitous crushing pincers in their forelimbs. And Kronan hogged 3 to himself, then went on to share with Tiddles, as they butchered their way through a half-dozen of the monsters. Good times. Good times. Yet, as with all good things, it could not last. For McMurdo was now finishing off his own hearty flexers, meaning he was neck and neck with Kronan now. His power was substantial, but he was no match for the Cunning One. Or, of course, the fact that Kronan had the Black Legion with him, and McMurdo only had boys. Hence, he had taken a bit more time with the stream of fillers and hearty flexer waves. Now the two forces were converging on opposite sides of the main and last region, still held by the Buggins. With a last flick of his eyes over the vid screens, Kronan could already see the stretcher bearers of the grots coming into the war zone and rushing out again fully burdened. Now most would think that the stretchers would be for wounded orcs, yet this was not the case. For the grots were already swiping all of the Buggins to chain gang them to the transports ready for the victory banquet. Their galleys were being fired up all across the War fleet, and the grots did not want to miss out. Hence, they ran like the clappers. And so, we get to the finale, on to the Triant. And so it was that Kronan led his forces to the last door. With a monumental effort of his boys, they unleashed Daka like a river into it. Then, when everyone was clean out of ammo and the door was still there, the mega-armoured knobs of the Legion charged the doors, only for them to be bowled out of the way, and, as has been noted before in the Chronicles, Tiddles went at it like a trooper. He bashed at the door and bit into it as much as his teeth would gain purchase. He clawed and spat and gobbled and chomped, and within less than a minute, there was a hole large enough for even the meatiness of the Cunning One to simply step through, which of course Kronan did. The changes in the room were wall to wall, ceiling to floor, as this had been indeed the veritable axis mundi of the Buggins. Everything was sticky and slick with ick, yet this would not stop the first son of Aquilonia. Oh no, it would not. Kronan espied the door burst open on the other side of the room, and there stood McMurdo, panting and grinning. Not like Grinner the Backstabber, of course, with his sly eyes and barely curled lips. Nay, this was a truly toothy, orky grin, the grin of the righteous. Kronan and he locked eyes and raised their blades in salute. This would be a race to the middle. Oh, yes, it would. And so it was that McMurdo and Kronan, Tiddles and all of the knobs, mobs, grots and squigs, all raised their voices and exalted praise as they bellowed. And then they went about the good deed of the day, the death of the last and largest Buggins. For in this last room, the Triant, the big-brain Buggins in charge, had surrounded himself with a wall of weird warriors. The main line were these blind bugs with helmets for faces. They were incredibly heavily armoured and would not budge from their positions in defence of their lord. These were the Triant Guard. Yet around the edges slithered long and lusty Buggins that could tower up on their coils and reach to the very top of the bay. They were huge. These were Targons, or something like that. And so, the Buggins held their ground and fought like really angry wasps when you're about to accost their queen. Like they were exceptionally stabby and bitey indeed. Kronan was forced to ride Tiddles to get the kind of elevation he required to really do some damage to the tall ones, the Targons. He could see his boys all surrounding this last island of Buggins, and it was hilarious. There was utter carnage. Yet he could also see that McMurdo was now right in amongst the Triant Guard. At any moment, he could just take one or two more lucky swings and clear enough space to get at the big Buggins. Yet there became time for Kronan. as the big buggin fired a massive shooter down at McMurdo, and he was forced to roll backwards to avoid being turned into sludge. Of course, the guard of the big bug then closed ranks, and it was as if McMurdo was never amongst them. He was no lickspittle or lollygagger, and he simply brushed himself off and went back in for the kill. Yet all of his previous effort was wasted, and he was back to square one. Kronan trotted Tiddles back from the main engagement, preparing to charge a line of buggins. Tiddles seemed to know exactly what was planned, as he dug in his claws a few times to test the purchase he had on the floor. He was preparing to leap just as Kronan intended. Hence they charged forward, and when Kronan grabbed Tiddles' eyebrow region and dragged it up, the squig did indeed launch himself into the air. Yet something truly amazing happened just as they did. For as Kronan was launched up, he could see a strange square of sparks coming from the ceiling. A square of flames licking around, which then dropped out of the ceiling. It landed directly in front of the Terracid Tyrant, only barely missing the thing as it hopped backwards out of the way. And there stood before the buggin, on the square of metal that had been burnt out of the deck above, stood Kronan Da Backstabber, and 5 of his Flashkits guard. The Flashkits had formed a semicircle to the back of Kronan, so when the whole buggin line turned to protect their lord, they were, of course, absolutely smashed, not only by the Flashkits, but also by those with whom they had already been fighting tooth and claw. But Kronan's Flashkits kept them back just long enough for the wretch to leap at the big buggin. Kronan now exhibited that rage he had displayed in the opening waves of the battle, and Kronan yet again was shocked by the fury of this boss. For Kronan swung his power claw and chopper so fast, they were blurs. And within only a few seconds, the big buggin was dead. The Tyrant had been killed. And the battle was over. Well, there was about half an hour of melee raging, as the buggins went stark staring tonto all over the place when their big bug died. Yet their cohesion was shattered, their lines dissolved. Now it was solitary buggins here and there being taunted and torn apart by the boys, or of course the squigs. All the while, Kronan just stood above the dead lead buggins, with his mighty chopper in hand and the head of the buggin in the other. Now Kronan had 2 choices. On the one hand, Kronan was rather knocked off by his missing out on his leap being the end of the affair, and he taking the head of the big buggins personally. Yet he had the second issue, for he was actually elated. He was more relieved than he had been since he saw Tiddles at the base of the Tree of Woohoo, back in the camp of Tooth Thrasher and Toba when all seemed lost. He was that happy. You see, he was a cunning orc, as we know, but he was also a proud orc, as any truly orky orc should be. The previous trust in Kronan had been misplaced, he had thought, and that would not be good. Yet he had not turned out to be a snivelling, grot-hugging coward. The sinking feeling Kronan had when he watched Kronan on the vids had been vile, for he had thought that Kronan was worthless. And as Kronan had permitted him to be one of his own big bosses, well, that sort of horrific calumny had a habit of being passed from the originator to all those associated with him. And that would definitely mean the cunning one himself. Kronan Da Backstabber was different. All knew this. For was he not a freebooter? And they were all known to be a bit touched in their head. So, it seemed that he had adapted to his experiences, was the sum of all he had seen and done. Hence, he had already learned to be nearly as goal-oriented as other runty races. Not ideal, Kronan had to concede, yet Kronan was no coward. His blood was as green as the next good orky orc, and he had pulled off a blinder. For none could deny that he had been cunning, and had not Kronan demanded that all of his war consider the application of this dark art as a form of religious sacrament. Well, not that he would have put it that way, but it was true nonetheless. And hence, the big buggins boss and all the little buggins were now dead. The squigs and snots and grots would hunt down injured or hiding bugs over the next few days. The Orcs of Omen was now cleared of all but the greenskins. Kronan had shown his dominance over the Buggins, and of course over the Orcs of Omen itself, for it was now totally, completely, and irrevocably owned by Kronan. Kronan knew in his gut that he could not do what he wanted to do next, and it vexed him mightily. For the urge to stomp up to Grinner and simply commandeer the strange headgear from him was rife. Kronan had to fight the urge with all of his fibre, for Grinner had pulled off a blinder and burst a big Buggin. It would raise all hell if he were to then dishonour this warrior by stealing what was clearly his. Oh, if it were booty, he could have simply claimed it as a big boss, but let's not get started on booty again. Yet all had seen Grinner in said headgear many, many times before, and it would not do to snatch it now. For better or worse, for at this moment, Grinner was the orc of the hour, and Kronan could do nothing but walk up to him and raise his arm into the air, a sign of the acknowledgement of Grinner's victory from Kronan. Kronan had to reward good effort, never punish it. So the hat, which we of course know is actually the helmet of St. Hungo the Endowed, would have to wait for a more auspicious time. And so it was that Kronan joined the celebration feast with all of his boys, knobs and bosses. Grinner was enjoying his moment in the spotlight, yet Kronan did not begrudge this for him either. To make sure he did not go into a rage and slaughter everyone present in a peak of jealousy, Kronan decreed that the feast would indeed be hatless. Out of sight, out of mind. At least while he was imbibing, the Herculean quantities of grog now being wantonly splashed about. It was a good day, and it would lead to many more. For as soon as the War had claimed and stockpiled all of the Buggins, it was time to take a tour with his brand new Space Hulk megasheep, the Orcs of Omen. And Kronan, in his infinite cunning, knew exactly where he wanted to go first. And so it was that we rejoined the epic chronicles of our hero, Kronan Da Kunnin One, lord of all of Aquilonia, the big boss of the entire Cunning War, defeater of the Arse-starters, even the big knob Primanus Marines, abject slaughterer of the anal mini-tantrum regiments, bane of the traitor word-blarers, crusher of the Buggins on board his mighty stair-sheep, the Orcs of Omen, prophet of Mork, the god of brutal cunning. Or was it cunning brutality? A question that oft brought on an impromptu scrap, for none were ever entirely sure. In any case, Gazgul was the prophet of Gork, the more blatant and obviously violent of the two. Not that there was much in it, if truth be told, but in any case, where Gork was a brick in the face, Mork was more a brick in a sock applied to the front of the noggin, or something like that. And so it was that the main decks of the Orcs of Omen, a huge space hulk, had been cleared of all major resistance. Yet this was only the Buggins infestation at its very core, the most numerous of them. And there were hundreds of miles of crawl spaces, alleys, hangars, corridors, rooms, barracks and bridges left unexplored. It was an ongoing event. For a space hulk was a merger of many, many ships, sort of smooshed together into burp, or warp, or something like that. Hence there was a dizzying myriad of regions within the overall stair-sheep. But it was no longer possible to procrastinate, for the War was very enthusiastic to get into the thick of it. Had not Kronan promised all and sundry a truly epic punch-up? A scrap that would satisfy all and more so had been his clarion call to action. So, Kronan, unlike most other political figures, who will say whatever they like while wooing the populace but firmly and fiercely ignore this, and are then able to stuff their pockets and pouches with peculated piles of cash. No, this was not the Orky way at all. Well, if you ignored the preponderances of the bad moods anyway. But in general, Orcs like to say as they do, and do as they say, especially when a huge bundle is in the offing. So, an offering is exactly what Kronan had to provide. Yes, he did. And being truly orky, he knew exactly where to start. And so it was that the entire War set off for the place of first and last resistance. They set sail for the world of Rama Lama Ding Dong 4. Because, as we have heard previously, this was the only world that had resisted the attentions and intentions of the War. It had already repulsed 3 forces sent to that weird little green world, and none could fathom why this had occurred. Not that anyone would put it that way, for fathoming and fathoms entire had a more nautical feel. Although every boy, knob, boss, or even big boss was actually aboard ship now, it still did not entirely sit right with anyone but those oddies Hackbar, Grandmouth Tartan, or Grinner the Backstabber. Now Grinner was a conundrum to many, for he was a freebooter, and it was passing more than a little annoying that whenever the 3 came aboard the Orcs of Omen or Kronan's previous flagship, the Mork Rampant, that they would all become deeply tedious with their lexicon, their slang. It was midships this, to that, hard to port, or whatever to starboard, shivering timbers and threats of wheel hauling, or something like that. And Kronan found it mind-blastingly tedious. Like if you had to sit amongst a particularly animated set of topiary fans as they discussed the relative merits of exactly which forms of shears was the best for modelling perennials. You know, shrubs and trees and the like. And through it all you had an unfulfilled and particularly aggressive case of the trots, or if a bad doc had decided the gobsquids had been utterly avoiding you, and that most of your teeth now required removing with a chainsword. That kind of level of annoyance, where there is simply no escape from the interminable tedium, but to the level of true excruciation. Hence, Kronan decided on a new rule. Now he could have simply invoked the rule of 3, of course, and pasted them all whenever they started this off. Yet, he considered that knocking 7 shades of poo out of his admirals might be bad for the elan of the fleet. Plus, of course, Kronan was all too aware that when on campaign on any planet, they would be sitting above him with more Dakka than a gaggle of gargans. And convenient accidents with Dakka had been the end of many a war, as the big bosses always did look a bit less intimidating when you were viewing them from about 400 to 500 miles away through the targeting arrays of a fully locked and loaded bank of macro cannons. Kronan wished to be popular, of course he did, but he knew that absence makes the heart grow fondler, or something like that, and he did not wish to be fondled by a box barrage of macro cannon Dakka any time soon. Hence, he ordered Isaac Newtone to make suitable changes to the captain's seats and engines on each of the stairship in the War. Once completed, Kronan shared with Hackbar, Tartan and Grinner the consequences of talking their strange lingo. He did this by opening up comms with one kill cruiser after another and making sure the vid feeds were nice and clear before blowing the captains to messy fountains of green gore whenever they began their daft and tedious pirate talk, as he put it. With the last one, just to really hammer the point home, Kronan also blew the entire stairship to bits by detonating their engine. After the first 2 or 3, Kronan was elated to see from the silent, wide-eyed gaping and instant whiff of involuntarily expelled feces that his admirals now knew the repercussions of not only crossing their big boss, but also of using this daft nautical cant. And so it was that nary a single landlubber, shivering timber, wheel-hauling or was to be heard throughout the entire fleet from that moment onwards. Of course, this took the big mech, Isaac Newtone, quite some time, but it was all worth it. It did, of course, mean the slight delay of Kronan's other tasks on his docket, yet Isaac was like an orc possessed, and he rose to the challenges set by Kronan like a snot-raising squigs. In other words, he would often lash out at all around him, with the largest stick, stone, control panel or chopper closest to hand, but with real avuncular warmth and affection, of course. He slew hardly any of his grot assistants, Well, permanently anyways. And Happy Len was set to sewing grot heads back onto their shoulders whenever a delegation of stretchers arrived with the bits from Izap's latest outburst of affection. Hypocrates, the chief pain boy of the entire war, was always busy, of course, for Kronan had quite a few projects for him also. Not that Hypocrates was in any way as affectionate to his own underlings. While Happy Len was present, Tiddles was often lurking around too, watching his emotional support grot or pet whenever it was doing this particular process. For Tiddles would look at the repaired grots with great interest, and if they did not move after Len zapped them a few times, the Avatar of Teeth would helpfully snaffle the remains so as to give his pet, Len, a 100% success rate in his ministrations. But Tiddles, watching on, did act as a clear deterrent to the kind of affection Hypocrates could dish out. And so it was that the pain boy could be seen on the regular sat at his medical desk, pottering around with different fungal concoctions to, well, take the edge off, as he put it. Yet, even when barely conscious, and with eyes the size of saucers, the Mad Doc was able to pull off some real blinders. Well, okay, sometimes his attempts to enhance the smaller, runtier orcs did indeed end in blindness, but this was hardly par for the course. More often than not, the Mad Doc was as effective in his own tinkering as Izap the Mech Boy was in his. And beefier, more fighty orcs would soon troop out of his pain facilities whenever he was on a roll, much to the gratitude of Kronan. Not that it equated to any control of Kronan's pet, Tiddles, of course, but them's the breaks, as they say in the snooker circuit. The gratitude of the Cunning One was reward enough. At least, this is what he would be heard to murmur whenever he had overdone his potions and was drooling on his work desk. But that does not tell us of the interior of the Orcs of Omen clear-out efforts, which is where this all began. For they were coming along very nicely indeed. And it was, yet again, as we should all expect by now, Kronan who came up with a smashing plan, in every meaning of the word, of course. For not only was it hilarious good fun, but it did indeed lead to the wholesale slaughter of near anything left in the dark recesses of the Orcs of Omen. Such a good time was had that these events were also added to the regular viewing arranged by the Mystery of Truth. For Kronan wished there to be closer harmony between the many branches of his war. The inter-stair-sheep golf matches were one thing, but too often one clan or mob was in charge of an entire vessel, hence it did not help in his higher reason. Kronan, in his infantile wisdom, or something like that, arranged for groups that had to be from different factions, sheep, tribe, or culture, to every other one in the team. Then, he would give the small mob of no more than 7 equipment in short supply, but it was of high worth, and a bit more shooty or stabby than the common or garden shooter or chopper. They were designed to support almost set classes of individuals, and when this was understood by the Watchers, the new applicants would tend to advertise for classes of warrior. I mean, who would not want a goth as a heavily armed aggro absorber? Hence, the mobs were called adventurers, and sent as parties into the depths of the Space Hulk looking for trouble. And booty, of course, but let's not get started on that again. Now, it was always one class that never quite made it onto the teams, as that could often end the team in excited displays or when jumped on out of the dark. The first few teams to actually get a weird boy ended up splattered across the decks or incinerated where they stood, for the psychic powers of the weird boys was on a hair trigger due to how mighty the War energy flowed through the cunning War. Yet, when it became a mandatory requirement to form a team, the weird boys started to bloom in an abundance or so. Okay, this did have a downside, as some entire sheep had been lost in spontaneous explosions, but in general, it was seen as quite the blessing, and after a few adjustments, it assisted the adventuring parties as well. And so, the parties began to gain repute and followers across many differing groups. The vid records of their escapades were highlighted, so the long drudge of wandering around in the dark was cut, and the endless battling was avid viewing across the entire fleet, and it passes a little odd that the parties often bumped into each other when given resupply coordinates. Alas, this could lead to an utter massacre of the grots, as they were told to take their supplies to the said coordinates, no matter what was in the way. And these resupply runs also gained in popularity as a show on its own. A breakout type affair with very ardent viewing, but more a sideline between main team exploits. Hence the teams never lasted too long and never had an uneventful episode, so to put it. Cross-fleet, mob, culture and tribal coordination went off the charts. The point had been to get every one of his boys to know how the others worked. Boy, Weird Boy, Mech Boy, Pain Boy, Commando, Knob, Storm Boy, Tank Buster, etc., etc., et al., et al. And just by watching, the entire war were all upscaling nicely. Not that Kronan would have put it that way, but it was as stated. Now this may have caused some of you to be concerned, for does it not look like our hero, the Cunning One, is thinking and acting more like the Humies or the Smelter? Well, of course it does. Yet, none of you have been privy to his genius in this regard. I shall tell thee. You see, when team loyalty and fandom reached its height, it was then that the inevitable broke out. For Kronan had concerns that most of his sheeps were filled with unity of single purpose, meaning there was a well-entrenched hierarchy, meaning there was less fighting. And Kronan began to get the reports for the differing teams having disparate fans. It meant that old loyalties were now split, and that led to wins and losses. And that meant when a favoured team lost, was slaughtered by new traps, or was even victorious, that rampages of inter-fan group violence erupted across the entire fleet. No barracks, bay or corridor was without the constant din of never-ending brawling. And Kronan was proud. All he need do is hope that there was enough Hulk to continue his practice until right up to the big battles. Imagine the fightiness of his every last snot, grot, boy or knob. And, for some reason, the increase in outright violence had begun a new bloom of the boys being grown in the bowels of the sheeps. So it was a spiraling affair, as Kronan had hoped. For he had need of extra boys, as ludicrous as that may seem, from my reports on the size and potence of the forming war. But no. Kronan now had a full dozen or more of his rocks completed out in the asteroid fields of Aquilonia. Hence, the fleet did a quick jump back to their home system, and he called a big bash with his bosses. The hall picked for this purpose was gargantuan, thought Kronan on the night before. Yet, when he stepped over the threshold the next morning, there was nary an inch of space unfilled. The reports he had always read about the numbers and strength of his war had one effect, even on Kronan Da Kunnin. Yet, the reality was another entirely. Kronan was assaulted by a clamour of his own name so loud it would have blown off a hairsquig. The congregation was now truly mind-boggling. The two admirals, Hakbar and Tartan, walked with him and stood a pace behind. Kronan then shared his dreams with his bosses. His expanded operations had sent out sheep across the stairs, and they had captured information from the Humies. The destination was now suspected. The fight of all fights, the bundle of all bundles. This would be their own Armageddon. This would be the likes of Alanor. This would be the battle of all battles. Now, in good conscience, it must be noted that not many really knew what any of this meant, but it sounded amazingly fighty, and a lot of them were bawling and drooling at the thought of it. Kronan told them of his plan, a cunning plan, that they would have 2 separate waves. Again, most stared wide-eyed, but nodded as he boomed out the next elements. The first wave would take a smaller fraction of the fleet and some of the rocks. They would see if this indeed was the place where the Humies were gathering. And if there was a huge welcoming committee from the Humies, then this was the place. The rest of the fleet would sweep away the threats that were in between, then join them in the assault. So, the first wave's main job was to give it a go, but if things got nasty, to hide until the main war appeared. Now, many eyes also glazed at this segment, but those who did understand, they were deeply enamored with the idea. It seemed so. Cunning. And Hackbar was to lead the first wave. But this is where it became an audience participation event. For Kronan had empty rocks, and they needed to be filled. The volunteers came thick and fast. With just 1/10 of the offers taken, the rocks would be filled to the rafters. So Kronan accepted twice the amount of offers that he needed, for he would put in too many orcs so that they would cull their own, increasing their fightiness even further. And what landed on this world would be honed to a chopper's edge. The rocks were being loaded and made their preparations to leave with a meager fleet to support them, and that could take weeks unto itself with so many forces involved. Hackbar was definitely the right admiral to send on this kind of caper, for he was as cautious and defensive as a greenskin admiral could get, but he could dish out the whoop when required. With that little task started, Kronan was now free to begin his victory lap, as he liked to call it. This would be clearing all of the stair systems between Aquilonia and this small Humie world. Now there was the lurking scumbag, the puffed pastry pansy that was to come, for Yanes Blonde, the Smeldar Corsair Admiral, was in the region up ahead. But Kronan had another stop to take before embarking on that particular campaign of extermination. A kind of warm-up, Kronan mused. Something to get his lads in the mood before he hit the local fortress worlds, stations, and of course, the Imperious Gravy. The stair-sheeps of the line, as they kept being referred to in his data slate, for it was the Gravy that ran them all, although there was some mention of a Departamento Manihorum or something like that. Kronan was never sure what the humans were blathering on about. It seemed to have some form of an effect on the regiments of the Anal Mini Tantrum and the Imperious Gravy, but not the Adipi Arse-starters. Now Kronan did love his menu, his vista of opportunities, those things catalogued and identified perfectly for him, his data slate. Yet he was also more than willing to admit that so much of it did not make one lick of sense. Some days it was inarguably more a repository of utter tosh. One had to really dig to get to the best bits, and most shufties around the data slate led to more questions than it did answers. Why on Aquilonia would the Gravy or the Mini Tantrum need to get permission for fighting from some form of Minto, whatever that was? It just seemed that the Humies made so many different excuses to not get stuck in. Oh, the Minto told me I couldn't start a war. Oh, the Gravy wouldn't take us to the war. It just seemed like a depressingly grinner style of affair, where excuses were more in ready supply than ducker ammo. It always bemused Kronan how there were so many Humies, yet so few of them were of any worth whatsoever. The Tantrum were okay, he guessed. The Spaced Marines were far too orky to even count amongst the usual Humies, and the Gravy had millions of Humies in it. Yet again, so many seemed to have self-justifying existences and roles that would never be supported by any proper orky boss. This is why the Humies were pathetic. It was not that they were not successful, for that could not be denied whatsoever, had they not placed their boot on Aquilonia for generations uncounted. Well, to the orcs at any rate. But to be plain, that could pretty much equate to about 24 years, give or take a couple of months. Yet the Humies did claim to hold most of the stairs in the Milky Way Galaxy, or something like that. According to the data slate, this was very true, and Kronan's own experience had seemed to back this up. For were his raiding forces not encountering the mewling Humies near every direction they went in? Of course they were. And victories were coming in at a new and much more healthy rate now. for Kronan had given first contact rituals to Gitsquisher McMurder, which he was performing with real gusto, so reports stated. In the last few days, he'd begun really mixing up his swings, and even developing a few special moves, as some were calling them. But that is definitely for another time. Needless to say, McMurder was doing just fine in bringing new mobs, sheeps and flotillas into the war with the right mentality. All were welcome, as long as they understood who was the big boss. And both Isaac Newtone and Hippocrates were rushed off their feet, as we have already heard. Hakbar was preparing to go on with his fleet, and Grandmouth Tartan was at Kronan's side as admiral of the actual fleet. And that didn't leave many in Kronan's inner circle. Oh, Madnut Krunkelstein had his uses, but they were astonishingly narrow. Most of the time he was in charge of the adventuring parties and the entertainment therefrom. This seemed necessary, as the requirement for weird boys in groups was messy and very destructive. So, he was there as a way to stop any really ghastly events from occurring on the Orcs of Omen. Now Kronan was deeply enthusiastic about going through the burp for an extended journey, and he had been rather deflated by the lack of encroachment on his decks by the dork forces of the silly, as he called them. You know, the fat smelly one, she who thrusts, the blue bookie bird, and the juice-head one. Yet he did not want to give these weedy human gods any more hold on real space than was absolutely necessary. So, Madnut Krunkelstein was left on the Orcs of Omen, generally making sure it wasn't sucked into the warp, or was it the burp? Kronan could never be certain. Not that it made much difference really. It was wide, wobbly and wibbly, and the touted things inside it were obviously depressingly weedy. Little was he to know how wrong he would be in just a few more paragraphs. Anyway, so it was that Kronan needed to either take Ducker von Smashoven off of Flyboy trading, or he had to expand his circle. And another disappointment, really. Ducker stated in no uncertain terms that he was needed with the flight wings. For, as Ducker put it, most of the new corps of Flyboys were about as dexterous as a gold bar that had been encased in 20 meters of rockcrete and then hit by a stasis field. They were about as well suited to void or atmospheric aerial warfare as a visually impaired mute hedgehog being tasked to mediate a rumble between hundreds of gargants. Hence, he declared that if Kronan intended for him to lead this sorry bunch of grotlickers into a battle against Smeldar, well, he would need every last second that Kronan could give him to whip or beat these ne'er-do-wells into shape. And Kronan sighed. It was, indeed, time to widen his circle. Now, this is not to be mistaken for the kind of circle widening that one might experience in the dark city of Komorra, nor the very similar kind that could occur at any of the million different celebrations put on by the foppish followers of She Who Thrusts. No. What Kronan meant by this was as it always was meant to mean. Back in the days before everyone started selling hentai, when they can't gain a decent reason to advertise their patron. It meant that he would have to get to know and then trust with tasks even more orc bosses. And Kronan simply didn't want to. Oh, he loved the adoration of the crowds, practically lived for those moments when his name was chanted and he felt like the huge strapping big boy at the center of the attention, as he surely was. Was this not his war? Was it not entirely all due to his own actions and leadership? Of course it was. Yet, Kronan preferred the masses to be adulating him at a very firm distance. Nor did he really enjoy those moments when he had to try to work out if the recipient of his wisdom was actually even capable of understanding it, let alone retaining it accurately, nor thirdly, being able to execute his instructions to even a modest level of achievement. I mean, the last real addition to his inner few, his concilium, had been Tragic Violence, the cat-paying generous of Black Legion. Yet, Tragic had been a pair of smoking boots not long after his introduction to the overall narrative, blasted by a buggin. Never a good look. So Kronan had to go and actually press the flesh a little again, to get to know more of his bosses. They were a bunch of real oddies, if truth be told. There was a new leader of the Black Legion, who Kronan took to calling Appledon, because of his ludicrously tall hair squig, yet his true name was Nog Crusher the Nasty, for he was known to have quite a temper on him, even for a knob. There was the nominal boss of the Storm Boys, a deeply odd bloodaxe who called himself Colonel Stinker, but he wore Premier Humy knockoff hats, yet, to Kronan's frustration, he was as stupid as a bag of snot, and probably got his position through unrestrained violence alone. Not that there was anything wrong with that, yet Kronan had hoped his inner circle were not the only ones who understood what he said to them. The beast boss of the Squighog Riders, Higher Wafter, on his Squigosaurus Munchington III, being the third Squigosaurus he had ridden, or something like that. The two were known for their horrific body burps, hence the copious wafting that was always required whenever they were present. Yet, again, even when one attempted to overlook the horrific pong, they simply did not seem to get it. Bub von Butch, the lord of the Warbikers, was fighty enough to be certain, nor was he as daft as many of the others. So von Butch it was that Kronan finally plumped on to take command of the raiding forces. Oh, they would have their own individual war bosses while out and about, of course, but it was von Butch that would be generally organising where they would hit, when, and with how much. The only thing about von Butch is how he had a tendency to bugger off on one of his long rides across the hulls of whatever ship he was on, which caused endless hold-ups and requests for decisions to be kicked upstairs to the Cunning One himself, and that was definitely not the point of the whole thing. So Kronan had to lean more on Melton John, the Flashgit's boss, who would never listen unless the message either rhymed or was accompanied by some form of music, drums at the very least. He also had this penchant for turning up to meetings with shaded glasses so preposterously large and shiny that it was hard to concentrate on anything being said, as all and sundry just wanted to jump on him and push his huge glasses where the sun don't shine. Yet, despite it all, the combination of von Butch and Melton was enough to get most of the real Grok's work done. Clinker, Wafter and Nog Crusher, he would have to work out roles for that required neither talent, patience, ability, nor even willing, Kronan presumed. For these orcs he considered about as useful as a washroom attendant at a constipation convention. And so it was that Kronan ordered the first target for the orcs of Omen, and the War in total. It was to be the world that had already repulsed his forces 3 times. A rather unobtrusive and seemingly unimportant world, but in his general path of destruction, his path of conquest. So the fleet set course for Rama Lama Ding Dong 4. Now it has to be noted that the fleet catpains were deeply unnerved by this first wee joint through the burp, or warp, depending on your accent, I suppose. In any case, the call to remove all icons of Gork and Mork were being diligently checked on by Kronan's Mystery of Truth. And on the regular they were finding many a face, mask or icon which should have been put back into the cargo holds. For Kronan would tolerate no disrespect to the sigils of his lord, his guard, Mork, or even Gork. So each such image was catalogued and placed into deep storage on Aquilonia. And what a sight it was to see! Miles upon miles of grinning orc faces erected on the sites of previous Humy conurbations. A nice touch, thought Kronan, for surely this amount of religious iconography would protect his world of birth, while he and the Wa were off spreading the good word of the gods. With all smeller fields being dropped, and absolutely no protection from the denizens of the burp, off the gargantuan fleet went. Yet, this is where things took a turn for the better, for almost as soon as the ships were in the burp, reports of mass invasions were being blared from nearly every stair-sheep in the fleet. And Kronan was not surprised in the slightest at who decided to take a swipe at him this time around. Had he not already defeated that miserable turd Toba, the sycophant of the Juice God? Of course he had. And Kronan had also bested that wretched liar and obvious lickspittle of the Bookie Bird, Bashtor the Arseflame. Hence, when it began, Kronan barely batted an eyelid. For on his very own bridge there appeared a wobbly effect and an odour as pungent as a Disney princess. Glittering lights appeared and hovered around his boys like flies, yet They gave off some horrific musical bell-like laughter that put all on edge and made more than a few grind their teeth. The level of twee was suffocating and paralysing not only Kronan, but all of his lads. And unto this scene of a lovely, enchanted nighttime grotto-type affair, where Smeldar lovers might whisper sweet nothings into one another's ears while basking in the ambience, or something like that, apparated a being of exquisite beauty and shapely form. Kronan was shocked to his core, not by the sights and sounds assailing his green eyes and ears. No, he did not find the being alluring in any way whatsoever, for he did not have any carnal urges in that regard, nor did he have a handle that so many of the other races seemed to sport, and Kronan was somehow sure that all of this was to do with she who thrusts, and was only effective on those who had said handles. Sidebar. Concerning the handles of the other sentient races. Now Kronan had seen many an update on his data slate about the form and suspected function of many of their races, and nearly all seemed to have this silly secondary nose, or handle as he liked to call them. It was invariably always placed between the legs. This secondary nose seemed to have the oddest nostrils, small round hair-squig covered things that drooped at its sides. Sometimes the nose or the handles were longer than the drop of these nostrils, and the nostrils tended to get longer the older the Humi or Smeldar or Squat were. The toe were a bit less obvious with their depictions, but Kronan had a strong suspicion that they would match this strange trend. He knew this because there seemed to be other ones, smaller, daintier ones. They did not have a second nose, but some form of backup pouch. These ones seemed to have big ears on their chests, and Kronan suspected that these were in fact some form of detection organ, for he rarely met with the smaller sentients before all of the nosed ones had been slain. So they were much better at detecting danger with their big ears, and thus they hid better. And Kronan came to this decision as he had once come across a naked Humi. Without its second nose hidden beneath its clothes, he could see that it was pointing directly at him. Strangely, it reacted as Kronan gave the Humi a pasting, and it seemed to throb more as the danger to its owner rose in intensity, as this particular Humi panted more as he received his beating. So, being a cunning lad, Kronan ripped off this early warning system just in case it could be used to help the Humi avoid his blows. Fortuitously, Kronan instantly discovered that these handles were somehow keeping in all of the blood, for when he ripped it off, the Humi bled out far faster than he would have thought. Now the Humis and Smeldar were known for being very fragile indeed. To cut off even one limb usually ended in their deaths. Yet when he ripped off the handle of the Humi, it died so much faster. It also shrieked to a pitch and intensity he had never witnessed before. Hence, Kronan knew that his people were the followers of the true path. The orcs were infinitely more powerful than any of these other silly races. For the orcs, the greenskins, did not have these handles or plugs that were such a weakness. And now it seemed that these handles or noses, or whatever they were, also gave them a weakness to the girl goddess, she who thrusts. End sidebar. Yet, even without a handle, even Kronan was kept in its thrall. He could not move, and nor could his boys. The thing that appeared before him was all chest ears and trouser-height noses, twisting on the spot as it laughed at the cunning one. It was then that the little giggling balls of light with depressingly chirpy wings and dresses then took a turn for the meaner, as their hands exploded outwards into long scratcher-type things. Kronan would have called them claws, but they seemed so diddy that it was impossible to give them such a macho description. Alas, this was to be a shock for Kronan, as the little scratchers turned out to be more than effective against the neck hides of his boys. One after another of his crew were being gutted, having their throats slit or eyes punctured by these tormenting little fairies. All the while, the twee music resounded in their heads and kept them rooted to the spot. Agape, frustrated, deeply pissed off that these tiny terrors were ripping and tearing without even the chance of a fight, Kronan could have wept if the orcs were that kind of a people, yet they were not. And he was no wimp, hence did Kronan do the only thing left to him. He began to think. Yet it was not truly he who was in charge of the process, for in this moment of desperation his eyes flashed green, and he was overtaken by a feeling of holiness. And in his mind's eye, being led by his benefactor, his lord, his god, Kronan was shown the truth of the matter. For the wee fairies were all bobbing around and swirling. The pink, tall, nasty demon in the centre of the bridge was also swaying and moving its feet in time to the music. And then Kronan was thrown back into his own past, when he was only a wee youth, and he witnessed a memory he had thought lost to the sands of time. Well, he would have done if he had not forgotten it, but he had. So this was all tantamount to a new experience to the Cunning One. Yet it was a good experience on so many levels. For he now saw one of the ancients of his tribe, a priest, but one who had passed before Kronan had become a proper boy even. Well, to be more accurate, the priest had been unceremoniously dragged to the highest spot above the village and then hurled from it with real zeal. And Kronan now remembered why his previous Axis Mundi, his Sanctum Sanctorum, had been that exact spot. For once, he had witnessed the ancient ways of his people. For the priest had been hurled to his doom from the place he prayed, because he had been an astonishing killjoy who'd attempted to resist the new ways. Now the new ways were to just thump on drums and then bounce up and down, while trying not to fall over after drinking too much grog. But Kronan now saw the ancient ways. He saw the most holy of things. He watched the ancient dance of the orc, the haka. Instead of just bouncing or leaping about the place, the old priest moved in systematic ways. He extended his tongue on the regular and screamed a lot too. But these were not girly, high-pitched screeches like the followers or demons of She Who Thrusts. No, these were deep, orky shouts, often with really blue words interwoven with the act. And then he witnessed his salvation. For the old priest was armed like a convoy of hillbillies, leaving a take-all-you-can-carry free weapons expose. He brandished choppers as he lurched forward, stomping on the ground, shouting his orky shouts. Then stepped forward further, mooning or shouting some more. Yet, when Kronan watched through the eyes of his god, he saw the meticulous martial excellence on display. For each movement was no mere dance, it was a way of fighting. It was rhythmic, and in every way copied the more weedy and wimpy movements of the enemy. And so it was that Kronan gave out his renowned battle cry, and began to move as his people had in times of yore. He performed the haka. And instantly, his limbs broke the spell and moved as he had intended. Whenever Kronan thought to deviate from his dance and move normally, his limbs would slow again, began to be palsied. And so, he knew that this was the way. And Kronan did his dance towards the closest fairy, now accosting his statue like men. His blades came up and down with such speed and ferocity that before he knew it, 3 of the wee horrors were cut to ribbons, and their wings were fluttering down to land in the blood he had tithed from their sliced corpses. And as he did so, the boys he had saved now moved as he did. Each drew out their chopper and performed the haka also, copying the Cunning One. And by the great god Mork, before a minute has passed, Kronan was at the tip of a triangle of greenskins, all now hacking the little nasties to pieces. Each orc saved, then joined behind him, as they danced their war dance towards the demon at the center of the bridge. The thing itself began to play on its noses even faster, for these were the genesis of the music that had held his greenskins in place, but no longer. The demon of She Who Thrusts was strumming so fast, the wisps of friction smoke were billowing from it, but no matter how hard it played, it was no match for the ancient ways of the orcs. And Kronan hacked into the thing. Its noses and spare ears were flying everywhere. yet it still lashed out and slashed with a long curved chopper. But Kronan was so fast in his haka that he blocked every strike with his motions, and took off its arms, its legs, and finally its head. Only then, when the demon lord was banished, did the remainder of the colourful fairies disappear. Kronan then checked on the vidlogs across the sheep. He had done it. The archdemon defeated, the Orcs of Omen was mostly cleared of these annoying little fairies. Across the fleet, Kronan now opened up his comms and sent over his clear displays of his bridge crew, all doing the haka. And the vision freed many crews all across the war. Okay, some had succumbed and been utterly annihilated, but comparatively few, really. And this had been a learning experience. If the demons of She-Who Thrusts attempted another boarding action, well, the Orcs would be ready for them. Yes, they would. Alas, despite the journey being a colossal distance in real space, in the burp, it was over all too soon. Much to everyone's disappointment, there were no more concerted attacks, as they cleared out and ripped a tear in the burp so they could return to real space. And there it was, that large green planet at the terminus of their journey. They were now only hours of normal travel away from Rama Lama Ding Dong 4. Now ISAP had been tasked, along with the alterations to the sheep and the construction of an entirely new unit, all taken from one well-tested blueprint, with enhancing and augmenting the sensors of the Orcs of Omen. For Kronan did like to see what was going on, and it was a very important element of his persona to be able to see what others could not. And so it was that the Auspex arrays on the Orcs of Omen were indeed some of the best to ever grace any truly orky ship. Now the effect had been rather odd in its manufacture, being two vast sensors next to each other, placed directly onto the front of the massive sheep, and this gave it a snout-like appearance. Now Kronan did not really notice that it was much more akin to one of the faces of Mork or even Gork, so perhaps this is why the other admirals were so flabbergasted when he instructed all to take down their own icons. But needless to say, after Kronan's demonstration concerning pirate lingo, they nary raised a hand or even eyebrow squig in dissent. Also, this could have had something to do with the newest member of his inner circle, for there were so many new arrivals every day still, and none could state that they had any truly unique abilities when there were so many orcs almost spontaneously developing new skills and attributes all across the Wa. For as the Wa energy suffused each new arrival, the explosion in Odd Boys had been exceptional. Pain, Mech, Weird, all the Odd Boys had become more prolific, much akin to the Grot explosions, yet with more discernible use and worth. But many a standard boy or knob would wake up to a nice growth or ability spurt, and it seemed to only be increasing as the density of the greenskins increased. So few now felt utterly convinced in their positions, but perhaps the inner circle, and that would stay static until the inevitable mortalities opened up a few spots. Ducker von Smashhoven, Madnut Krunkelstein, Git Squisher McMurder, and Isaac Newtone were seen as unassailable in their places, deep within the Council of the Cunning One, whatever that was. And they were deemed a clique that was now named Kronan's Mornaval. For only these four could dare to look at their navel, or the ceiling for that matter, whenever Kronan had gone off on a rant that was patently mental. Anyone else would experience an instant crumping from the big boss of bosses. Yet even these four had to be rather cautious. It was often seen that one or more of the more naval would loiter behind after a truly insane rampage had occurred, and most of the time the more strange diktats from the Cunning One might come out in a slightly more moderated way. This was rare, of course, for Kronan was indeed the Cunning One, and Mork was guiding him. Yet even the big boss could make tiny errors that might need a slight tweak before being enacted. Anyways, Isaac had definitely entrenched himself in the more naval with this particular act of engineering efficiency. Kronan now felt at home again, for he never quite got out of the habit of going to very high places to look down on his potential battlefield, and although he could not really be elevated any further, as his command thong was at least 20 stairs above everyone else on his various stair sheep, still, the additional vantage point via information and tactical readouts filled him with the same feeling. Hence, he was happy. And keeping Kronan happy was indeed a holy act unto itself, a sacrament to the great god Mork. With his enhanced senses, Kronan could see what was happening on this strange planet far better than any of the forces who had come before. All three had been annihilated, and some of the evidence was spinning around the world as they watched on. Now Kronan could not help but be reminded of his makeshift mobile arrangement in his own quarters, the wee gruts screaming and attempting to burn one another whenever they got close. It had put him in good stead to understand the images he was now seeing, for not many orcs had a really good handle on the conceptual skills required to take full advantage of a three-dimensional multispectral display. But Kronan did, of course. The labours of the past had created this bounty in the present, and Kronan could see pretty much exactly what had happened before. It wasn't necessarily the kill cruisers that had been so deftly smashed, nor the lines of them that slowly turned in space like a treasure trail. No, it was the exceptional accuracy of the attacks. For the wreckage were not just huge balls of metal shards, which had been torn apart by internal explosions from the likes of a missile or macro cannon. They were not drops of metallic tears that might have indicated heavy plasma or other heating weapons had utterly destroyed the cruisers. No, this was not the case. There were neat holes in strategic locations across each of the sunken stair sheets. Now, it was not easy to spot this instantly, for the wide variety and ramshackle design of the orc cruisers, using designs in the widest possible meaning, of course, meant that no two were ever truly the same. Yet, after a while, Kronan and his more naval confirmed that the ships had been taken out by a limited number of ultra-long-range weapons from the surface of the planet. And the wrecks were strung out, indicating they were taken out over quite a duration, as the flotillas closed with the planet. Thus, the planet did not have many weapons, or even had but the one or two, and their reload interval was not exactly swift. Kronan then ordered the snouter, the scanners, to be levelled at the planet itself, and before Kronan's eyes, the vision changed to that of Ramalama Ding Dong 4, and all became obvious almost immediately. For dotted across the planet were structures that could only be fortifications, and said defences were clustered around large, downed stair sheets. But Kronan did not recognise their design whatsoever. Well, to be fair, he would not have immediately recognised even an imperious gravy sheep, but it was safe to say he probably would have a Smeldar vessel. Yet these were not Orcish, Humy, Smeldar, or even Chaos Adipi Arstarter sheeps, and the structures from the ground were from landings, not crashes. For Kronan knew, having watched the footage of the megawhoops of Wankanda 2, that there were subtle differences between a forced landing and an outright crash. So, these sheeps had been landed on purpose and set themselves up in what was, inarguably, a defensive perimeter. But what on Aquilonia were they defending? And who were they? And so it was that Kronan ordered the fleet to hold at extreme range, as he retreated to his quarters to consult with his most prized possession, his captured Humy data slate. Now Kronan had not had time to consult with his menu for quite some time now, so he set out to really enjoy it. Kronan chunked up on protein and made certain that Tiddles was being entertained by Happy Len in his outer quarters. He checked his guards were not the jumpy kind, then locked his door behind him. Kronan then got out his data slate and basked in its glories. This time, he allowed himself a moment to look at the long list of foes he had already crumped, and every image brought back good memories. Oh, yes it did. But he then got down to business, and strangely, it took him a while to find this lot. For indeed, they were not Humys at all. nor were they the other new thing he espied while searching for them, for Kronan witnessed the next best thing to the Gold Ones, a new adventure, goal, sub-project that he wished to indulge in. The Humies called them the Kin, but that was a tale for another time. And thus Kronan found the silhouettes of the downed vessels. They were from the Tow Empire. A fourth beer expulsion was mentioned in the smaller side notes, but it was indeed them. There could be no mistaking it. And so Kronan read on and boned up on these really strange little things. For the Tow Empire was not just one race, or so it appeared. They had sting things, and Groot also. Yet the majority seemed to be this rather troubling hue, as they were head to toe, pun intended, in this light shade of blue. Hence, according to the tuition of Mad Duck Kunkelstein, these beings would be very lucky, but also, as Kronan knew, they would be very cunning. Now Kronan looked through all of the details, and he was aghast. For it was true. They also wore unfeasibly large hats. Some of the most preposterously armed warriors of all time, as even their baseline firecasters, had the most prodigious headgear. If they could afford to arm even their equivalents of boy mobs in such attire, he had literally billions of boys and scores of sheeps. Yet, if the firecasters were this concentrated on pure cunning, yikes, this was going to be an epic scrap. He would need to keep his wits about him. And so it was that Kronan did not just peruse the entries, he absorbed them. The Tow Empire. Of course, they had leaders, the exteriors, or was it the effeminates, or something like that. He couldn't quite be clear, but he understood their names all right. There was O'Shi and O'Fa, the tall, gangly religious types. To be honest, he got a whiff of Smeldar from these ones, but their underlings looked like they did the real fighting. They were organized into something called the Fire Caste, and although they didn't look individually very flame-resistant, if they could throw about fire, well, perhaps there would be some fight in them after all. And so he went on. There was Commander Parshite, Commander Shadowrun, who were the protégés of Commander Pruneturd, or something like that. They had heroes as well, or so the data slate said. There was Dork Stroller and Pongtrike, but he doubted that any of these would be present. There were a fair few of the Tow Empire down on the planet, but perhaps not enough to mean one of these named heroes would be present. So Kronan read on. They had Spike teams, Belcher teams. Both seemed to rely on Ducker. The Groot he had more interest in, as they seemed very gnashy and potentially fighty. They had Groot hounds, Groot riders, all forms of Groot, and most were armed with choppers, and this was much more like it. Yet now Kronan got to the deeply odd and somewhat misplaced manga-esque robot thingies, as some people called them. There were so many types. The broad-wide cattle suit, the Slicer's cattle suit. They had Fliptide and Yahaha cattle suits too, and something called a Storm Splurge. They had little things that floated and gave off an annoying noise, the droners. They had Dakar droners, shield droners, tactical droners, all forms of droners. And much to Kronan's dismay, he began to see a picture forming in his mind. For one of the last entries were their hide walls. They were huge walls of energy that the little blue things could hide behind. And it dawned on Kronan, with the exception of the Groot, or this Commander Parshite. Well, they were wall-to-wall Ducker. Nary a chopper or power claw between them. Ugh, thought Kronan. It was going to be a battle of blasting and bugging out. He would need every ounce of his cunning for this one. Yet, deep down, Kronan was not as concerned as perhaps he should have been. Not that concern is probably the right word, for he knew he had more boys than these little weirdos had charges to shoot. He could blot out the sun and order multiple cruisers or other ships to just plough into the planet should he feel like it. And so it was that Kronan decided that this would be another learning experience. Not a true battle to the death, for there was bugger all chance the toe here could really stop him, and he prepared to attempt to win this as if he had only a few boys, for he needed to be ready. No matter how many boys he gathered, no matter how huge the war that surrounded him, Kronan was pretty much sure that the Humies would still outnumber him when it came to a real scrap, especially that epic Mega Barney that they were preparing to gate crash. Hence, Kronan would try something that had never been attempted in more than 60 million years. Before, he had always used his dark arts as a tiebreaker, an edge to get the boys in close and in the kind of numbers that would end any matter. But now he, the Cunning One, would attempt to beat his enemies with cunning alone. Of course, he needed to get the true measure of his opponents for this to be a worthwhile venture. He didn't want to blabber about a certain victory of skill and aplomb, then get his buttocks handed to him in front of his entire war. And so it was that Kronan sent down a first wave, just to get the lay of the land. He unleashed that which had been gifted to him by his god, Mork, the Grots. And Kronan ordered a small set of stair sheeps to approach around the dark side of the planet and drop off his scouting force. Well, scouting was not really a precise description, despite the fact that they would indeed be scouting. His sacrificial force was more accurate, if truth be told. For Kronan was also interested to see if there was any real virtue in this sitting about and watching things at this kind of scale. He had been so confident before, especially when he came up with his plan for the smaller rock fleet going ahead, yet it had not set off just yet, and this approach he had used to great effect previously, not just in his battle against the Yowling Hiphon Space Marines, but also in his very first climactic battle against the Humie Boxers, the very scrap that started him on the pathway of cunning. But would it work at scale? Would he be too remote, too disconnected to the hack and slash of the rumble? So, if this particular approach to cunning proved to be about as effective as a Smeldar attempting to resist a cyclonic missile by standing under an open umbrella, he would need to adapt, and fast. And so it was. The 3 strike cruisers made their way circuitously to the surface of Ramalama Ding Dong 4. The ramps opened and thousands of grots rampaged down the gangplanks to the surface. Many a Vidgrot there was amongst them, so Kronan and his Morneval had a front row seat. The world was lush and verdant, covered in dense and ancient trees and expansive ferns. Little in the way of open ground was there to be found anywhere outside of a perimeter around these Toe Empire defences. The Grots surged forward with their Grot tanks, killer cans and sways of the wee blighters on foot. It really didn't take them long to get to grips with the Groot. For hiding in the trees were these strange and very stabby bird-doggy things, like a chicken crossed with a poodle, whatever those were, but the description stands. And they hammered into the Grots like it was a Thinkmas special, which of course it was, but not for the poor wee Grots. The Groot would ride in and hack all around them, taking out huge swathes of the Grots. Yet, when surrounded, the little terrors took some meaty revenge. But this proved to be just the first obstacle. For when the Grots hid behind their tanks and killer cans, they moved slightly faster, the Groot giving these particular formations more of a wide berth. Obviously, Kronan and his pals found this as absolutely hilarious as it was educational. When the Grot column then approached the first Toe Empire hide walls, they had cleared a huge tract of land just before their defences, and onto this open ground sprang the Grot charge. And it was then that the Morneval all practically wept with laughter, Kronan being as entertained as the rest. For the darker that came from the Firecasters, the Spike Teams, the Bathfinders, even darker rigs attached to the hide walls, it slaughtered entire ranks of the Grots as they ran at the shimmering blue walls of force. And these cattle suits towered over the walls and shot down into the Grot tanks and cans. When any of them were struck, it was like a bowel-torn squig had been suddenly trodden on. as a neat little hole would be punched through the vehicle, and the grots inside would be dragged through the minuscule hole at supersonic speeds. This gave the general impression that any of the things struck had just stopped for an explosive poo. And Kronan and his inner circle were practically shouting themselves with laughter as well. Or at least, they were. Until Kronan noticed something passing odd indeed. For while this was all going on, a slow and steadily rising vibration was coming up through the stairs and into his thong. Like the humming of a bee about 20 feet long, it now put Kronan off his mirth. He looked around and then down, and there he saw the very genesis of this rumble. For it was no long, protracted trouser cough. It was a growl, and it came from Tiddles, who was also watching the images on the screen in front of him. The longer the slaughter went on, the more he fidgeted, and the more his hackles rose. Tiddles now looked with scrunched face and furrowed eyes, as his growl became so loud that others now noticed it. The deck crew began to shuffle away from Tiddles as far as possible, while maintaining their positions at their screens. Kronan now stopped laughing, for Tiddles began to pulse. A lambent green energy seemed to shoot from his eyes to his teeth, then back across his head, and it was getting stronger. And then it happened. Tiddles let out a huge ear-splitting roar, then turned and looked up at Kronan, his main eyes wide and watering. Tiddles locked Kronan in a plaintive, pitiful look of pure misery. And, for the first time, Kronan looked into the eyes of his pet squig and felt his consciousness fall into the very soul of his trusty Tiddles. There, he saw visions. Kronan was experiencing the history, the early days of his trusty sometime steed. He saw the dirt above and around him as he came to consciousness for the first time. His breath was filled with mud and dirt, and so he chomped with his mouth and scrambled with his wee legs. Always aiming upwards, he eventually broke the surface. There, Kronan saw the very mud patch he had himself been birthed from. Kronan, looking through the memories of Tiddles, saw a small thing approach him, a snot, and it cooed at him and smiled and brought some form of green gruel, and the snot fed him. Time moved quickly in his dream-like fugu, and Kronan saw how the snots cared for the squigs, beating them only when necessary, like if a particularly advanced and gnashy one took off the arm of one of the little caretakers. Yet these were only educational beatings. He saw life through the eyes of his pet, and he waddled around the camp, seeing the snots, the runtherds, the grots, and then, of course, the orcs. And it was at this point that Kronan witnessed the oddest thing, for he saw himself for the first time in the eyes of his squig. Even then, he was called Nutcruncher, and it was odd, the feeling that the squig had. When Nutcruncher looked upon Kronan, he was immediately overwhelmed with a sense of belonging, of wanting to serve this strange youth. For Kronan was not even the chief of his tribe then. And so, the visions ran through their time together in fits and starts, broken images of hilarity, bounding into each other's arms after being separated. How the squig would wait for Kronan when he went unto his place of power, his thinking spot. For Kronan would come down again, and Nutcruncher would follow him everywhere. He saw himself through the eyes of the Avatar of Teeth, the very first Humi taken down, the battle with the Grot Rebellion, the escape from the Tree of Woohoo in Tooth Smasher's camp. And Kronan had a moment of epiphany. Nutcruncher, now called Tiddles, the Avatar of Teeth, was obviously guided by Mork. Yet the lesson was his alone. For Tiddles had come to believe in Kronan from the very first moment he had laid eyes on him. In his own strange, squiggy way, Tiddles believed that Kronan would lead all orcoids. And through the memories of his pet, Kronan was struck with said epiphany. He shook his head in pain. It was like being struck with a million ideas all at the same time. His mind reeled, his soul was in torment. And, coming out of the visions, he followed the eyes of his squig, he saw the view screen. And where once he saw the most amusing slaughter of grots, their little limbs and ears and heads climbing into the air as they were being butchered by railgun fire, the burning and melting of so many that they would become puddles that formed mini lakes as the Spike team shot them with balls of plasma. But now, Kronan was not laughing. As all around him guffawed and sent messages to transport more grots to the planet's surface, Kronan slowly rose to his feet, and all around him went quiet. The tears wiped away, the chortling ended, for he had a corona of power that matched his pet. Green energies pulsed from his massive tusks across his eyebrow squigs, then back down to his arms, collecting in his knuckles. For truly, Kronan's eyes had been opened. What he now witnessed was not a hugely entertaining grot slaughter. No. He was watching orcoids being smashed. He was watching his own people being annihilated. And, for the very first time in his existence, on the part of a column of grots and snots, Kronan was now fucking livid. He looked down into the eyes of Tiddles, who looked up at him still, with a grimace that would have made half of his black legion soil themselves instantly. He nodded down at Tiddles, and then the two threw back their heads in unison, and out it came. The war jumped to action. Not next episode, not after days of meticulous planning and conniving, nay, they just kicked off. Kronan left the bridge and stamped down to the pits, taking off his upper body armor as he did, and his procession, his mighty stride, brought more and more orcs of size and worth forward. They descended to the oars. There would be no subtle clash of cunning. That would have to wait until next time, for the cunning one had finally learnt his last major lesson. There would be plenty more to be certain, but this one was a whopper. For now he knew his pathway, his goal, other than just the collecting of the gold ones, of course. That would be a much-cherished personal side quest, kind of a bonus end-game thing after you've gone through the main quest, or a last major update with DLC. First, he had to do what Mork intended. He was his weapon now, and he would strike down all who stood against him, all who hunted and slew, all who held weapon against. The whole of Orkidom. Now, that's not to say he wouldn't enjoy every last second. Of course he would. Was he not the most orky orc in the war? And he was infused with the power of the war, for he now knew the wrath of Mork, nearly as brutal as that of Gork, but more cunning-like, yet still the wrath of the green-skinned guards. Trouser-fillingly fighty. And so it was that Kronan took up his place amidst the oarsmen. All of the whippers stood nervously for a time, until the cunning one called them all miserable weedy snots. And with that permission, nay, challenge given, they really went to town. Not only on the big boss, but on all of his now shirtless guard present, which was most of the room now. With barbed whips they lashed at his back, tearing off great gouts of flesh. Yet Kronan knew that this was right. He had to lead by example as much as intimidation. Well, that's not entirely true, really. More romantic dalliance from yours truly, I guess. Yet the cunning one knew what he was about. The huge cannons of the toe on the planet could gut smaller cruisers in one volley. Kronan would not allow his boys nor his stare sheep to be wasted any longer. No matter how funny it would have been, the slaughter of the grots would be avenged. They did indeed die in vain, but at least it was not for giggles anymore. Kronan ordered the orcs of Omen to the front to form the spear. He knew that existing wisdom was to just shout down the comms and head on in. Yet Kronan had been watching his grot mobile, had discussed with Hakbar and Tartan, so the weapons of the toe could punch through a sheep. Kronan ordered the fleet to disperse, to fill the skies. They would never hit everything, so they would attempt to hit the most dangerous threat, and thus the Space Hulk would plough towards them at top speed. But more than this. As the long oars of Kronan's own devising came out of the sides of the Orcs of Omen, he and the other pullers put some real welly in, just to use some of the pain they had accumulated from the whippers, and it was soon set, the challenge. Who would stop first? Who would drop first? The pullers or the whippers? And Kronan stomped his feet as he pulled, and all joined his cadence as they locked activity. The Orcs pulled on the oars, and the Orcs of Omen would shoot forward in momentum with each mighty pull. Yet the effect would burn off fast for some reason, and so it was that Kronan's flagship came hurtling towards Ramalama Ding Dong 4, guns blazing down on the planet. A landslide slammed into the fleet and struck the furious Squigoth, the Orc battle sheep. It lurched and spun out of pattern. Gouger Grumbleblaster's ship did not respond to comms. Kronan was now standing in a pool of his own green blood, as the whippers gave it the old college try, whatever that means. But the effect was already telling, as they could all hear the thump and swearing that can only be elicited from gunnery boys when mid-Barney. As the Orcs of Omen had already started firing on the planet, which meant that their speed was excellent, yet this was the crux point. A few too many hits from the frail gun, or something like that, could possibly even scupper the Space Hulk, or at the minimum, shear off large chunks of it. So speed was indeed of the essence. They had to get in close enough for the wildly inaccurate firepower of the Orc gunners to take effect and silence the largest ground-based weapons. So Kronan pounded his feet as he and his men tugged on oars hundreds of meters long. Their every sinew screamed under the effect. Even his biggest knobs were snapping tendons, pulling biceps and triceps, and all the seps in their sheer display of effort. Then the lights went red. They'd attained as much forward motion as was safe-ish. We are talking about an Orc fleet here. They were now at the kind of speed that allowed them to pass over the planet and bomb their living poo out of it. Okay, that might not have seemed very sensitive to those grots who may have survived the monumental carnage of the day, but this was a Rowengi killing spree, and none would tell Kronan nay. Speed gained, Kronan and the pullers now unlocked themselves from the oars and chased the flagging whippers, and gave a mild shoeing to the ones who had exhausted themselves the most in fulfilling their duties. But it was only a friendly kicking, really, and then off they went. Kronan now bounded along corridors, hurling himself into the air when there was a crowd that held him up. His guard followed as best they could. The entire sheep was alive. The gunnery, or big shooter boys, were moving as fast as ferrets on speed, reloading, firing, and reloading again, as if Orcs possessed. Yet, to a certain extent, they were. Sidebar. The primal urge for darker. Now we have previously mentioned the drive for fighting, food, and speed. But these are only three of the fundamental needs of the Orc, the greenskin. And each of these forces will gain adherents that will devote their entire being to its pursuit. The flyboys and speed freaks are a famous type of fixated Orcs, yet there are others. And for these particular Orcs, the need for darker was a ravenous black hole of yearning. To be near them, to hear them fired, to pull them and move them into position, to then goggle and scream in adulation at a direct hit on the enemy. The joy of darker could usually be eased successfully with a mere shooter, but for some, it leads to being a tank buster, and then on to further steps, until the ultimate expression of darker was the only thing that could fulfill this fixation. For nothing, and I mean nothing, had bigger darker than a battle cruiser. Sidebar over. Kronan now reached his destination and quickly donned his powered armor. Resplendent in its shininess, robust in its thickness, veritably opulent in its shielding. Kronan was now the big boss of billions of Orcs, and he had the armor to prove it. Yet another task performed by Izap, for it was not actually Kronan's idea this time. After the vision of Kronan sliding down a corridor towards a blaster bug had been viewed by the entire WAR, some did tend to cluck a bit. Not that any of them would even conceive of asking Kronan not to fight himself. That would be utterly ludicrous. They just felt that he should be as well equipped as his enemies might be. He represented the entire war now, and they did not want him to get his arse kicked, basically. Not without an epic scrap. Battlefield accidents from plasma weapons had a strong track record of stopping a war in its tracks, and so it was that Kronan now had overlapping refraction shielding. He didn't turn them on often, but they were there, mostly in case a Humie or Smeldar cat tried to drop an airstrike on him, if truth be told. Yet they did not hamper his use of limb nor headbutt, so he was rather nonchalant about that particular facility. Nor did he like how they interacted with his own hidden field, but we won't delve into that, for it is not really important and a tad odd. Or it could be, if we discussed it. So let's not. And so it was that the Orcs of Omen were skirting orbit of the planet before any others. The fire from the Hulk had cracked 2 egg-like energy spheres on the planet. They had shields too, you see. Concentrating their fire as best as was possible for the boys, they broke down the shields, and then flattened one of the main Planet 2 Starship-grade weapons platforms. It turned out that was all that was necessary, and even effectively possible, as the Hulk moved too swiftly to slow itself. Not that this was ever part of the plan anyways, and calling this a plan was stretching the meaning to almost snapping point. Kronan now boarded an assault craft, and was matched by a large chunk of those on the ship. Down they went in their droves, the air so thick with transports that the defensive fire that came up from the domed regions did not hit 1 in 10. But Kronan was cunning. He ordered them to land first and head to the centers of resistance on foot, which, of course, took them below the canopy of the ever-verdant trees and out of firing solution from the horrific Todaka. Orcs now flooded the jungles, catching groups of Groot and encircling them, then destroying them with great gusto. For their part, the Groot did really well. Everyone agreed that if the chance ever came up again, even if it meant a little bit of a detour, then they would really enjoy doing this again. Well, the Orcs did. The Groot, being dispersed across the floors, leaves, trunks and canopies of the trees, did not have a great deal of say in the matter. Kronan strode into the forest towards the nearest tow facility, hoping for a signal that his new units had made planetfall. The positive answer was made obvious when they came through the trees towards him. 20 perfect replicas, all large battle wagons, and reports rolled in as he took command of his steed. The Daka from the facilities was even more effective on Orcs than ever it was against Grot. Kronan was not too worried. In about half an hour, the Mork Rampant would hit orbit, and then things would get very interesting. Time to take down as much as possible before reinforcements arrived. And so it was that Kronan took his lead vehicle and swung it in the direction of the tow base. The trucks would move steadily through the forest, crushing trees down and rolling over the top of them. It was slow but steady, and the tow struck. Slice's cattle suits started appearing across the sector, yet this was forest and jungle fighting. The Orcs were born for this. The larger issue were the storm splurges that stood above the hide walls and fired out. They had already done for tens of transports and kept any large assets away, while the tow spike squads kept back the shooter, burner and chopper boys. But not anymore. For Kronan took his vehicles only so close, then he gave the order, and each of the trucks then began to transform into barrage artillery. And the combined box battery fire from the fleet of Kunnin-mobiles slammed into the hide walls at first, then crept over them and cascaded into the fire warriors and storm splurges behind. The shields of the tow were too high and protected against the orbital bombardment, not semi-direct low-arc weaponry that streaked into their camp and blew everything to being not upright anymore, nor breathing. And all seemed to be going quite well for a while, until Kronan started getting confused reports. Some of his boys had betrayed him, or so others said, and they began to shoot and fight one another. This was not right, not in a proper fight. Yet it was then that realization dawned on Kronan. Who brought down the Toe Empire starships? Surely they were able to just repair them and move on. The Humies had always said the Toe were very smart. So, why were they here? Landed on a planet with no notable resources? What was at the center of their defenses? For it was an area miles across. Kronan looked all around him while attempting to encourage ideas to hit him in the mush. He then looked at the huge ball of teeth that stood next to his original Kunnin-mobile. Now, just because I do not mention the Avatar of Teeth does not mean he was not present. In fact, it is a wise listener who naturally places Tiddles at his master's side unless specifically mentioned otherwise. And even so, Kronan could see the rear of his pet as he wandered around waiting for everyone to get on with it. Small herds of other squigs straying around him like wee ducks around their mother. Well, if the ducks were mutated balls of fury. But Kronan could now espy 3 spectral faces in the rump of his pet. Now it was no secret the 3 weird boys had been sewn to Tiddles before the battle against that traitor Toba, nor that he had seemed to absorb them into himself. Now the faces of aforementioned psycho weird boys were visible, which could only mean that mindy-windy powers were in the mix. So, thought Kronan, this is how they repulsed 3 assaults. This is why the Toe warriors and sheep were all here. There was some form of powerful, wizardy thingy here on Ramalama Ding Dong 4, one that was all about defense and nothing of offense. Rooted to the spot, one might say. And so it was that Kronan now ordered his orcs back. They were to retreat and spread out. Now, this wasn't actually to stop them all being blown to grot slop by the frail guns of the Toe. It was more to keep them away from each other, so the chances of wholesale self-crumping were at least a little offset. Kronan disembarked from Da Kunnin-mobile and headed out alone. Well, apart from 50 mega-armored knobs. And, of course, he advanced on the area that they had shot. The firepower from the box barrage had indeed massacred every Toe within. Hence, there was an opening. If Kronan could remove this King Weird Boy, then he could call up to the Mork Rampant and bring this all to a close. And so it was that Kronan bounded into the trees. Now, to say that his progress was uneventful would be a deep lie, for in reality he was accosted on the regular. A rogue pack of Groot pounced on him after he misjudged a leap and went right off the side of a minor hill, and he landed right in the middle of 3 score Groot. Kronan had used his massive chopper in one hand while grabbing a Groot hound and using that as a bludgeon or shillelagh to smash another half-dozen into pulp. The rest being fallen on by other orcs and, of course, Tiddles and his mini-me's. Nor was that the end of it. After only a couple 100 more yards, a gun line of spike teams rounded a bend in a river and opened up on Kronan. 3 of his knobs were punched off their feet, with another falling forward, with a neat hole in his chest and a line of green spatter shooting out of him for 30 foot. Kronan opened up with his own shooter, its huge darker, exploding the 5 huge hats and what was beneath them. And Tiddles was on them in a flash. Appearing at their right flank, he opened his mouth and charged down the line of the Toe, scooping up as many into his maw as was possible, which was another 3. The rest were dragged down by smaller squigs, or torn to pieces by accompanying ducker from the Legion. Reports were even more garbled, as orc slew orc while charging a Toe. It was a mess out there. Perhaps he should have gone with this entire cunning thing, and not reverted to outright war. But then, was it Tiddles, or his benefactor Mork, or the infusion of war energy that had prevented Kronan succumbing to the sentient psyker whose power dominated this Ramalama Ding Dong 4? Kronan did not have the time, energy, or interest to discern this. At moments like this, it was just time to crump something with extreme effort, and now was indeed that time. He was now headed into the very center of the defended zone. Moving as fast as he could, Kronan barreled into a clearing, and there, right in the center of it all, was unmistakably the culprit. For it was an odd thing indeed, meaning, of course, that it was important. Kronan now locked eyes with something unspeakably ancient. It towered over him at above 60 feet tall. It was 5 paces wide and, based on its eye effect, it may have been a tad paved. Standing before Kronan was some form of animated tree. One of the knots of wood in its bark then unclenched to form some form of hole that then bellowed a mighty bellow. Its branches came down to form into dangerous, thorned and powerful fists. Its eyes were flames that seemed to burn on the bark just above the knotted mouth, and they were blazing so that small fires were wafting up into the leaves above its head. Constant small amounts of ash fell around it as the fires leapt and moved. The shout of rage that emanated from the colossal sentient psychopherne smashed into Kronan and Tiddles, yet broke inches from their skin as it passed around them. All behind Kronan and his pet were not quite so lucky, as said psychic shockwave incinerated their minds so that they instantly fell to the ground, flame bursting out of their eye sockets, mouths and nasal passages. Kronan and Tiddles frowned, looked at one another again, then both nodded and looked back at the tree-beard wannabe. It stepped one huge stride forward and whipped one of its long branch-like arms towards them. Kronan dived over the attack. Tiddles was simply not there anymore, the branch swiping through green light where he stood. Kronan rolled and came up, diving towards the tree's main trunk. He was batted hard by another branch, sending him directly up into the air. Alas, Kronan could do nothing to prevent being used as a piñata on the downward flight. Yet, as another branch was being wound up to bring into Kronan, Tiddles reappeared. The avatar of teeth dug its dentures deep into the bark of the main body and dragged at it. Much bark came off, no small amount of sap sprayed across his face and into Tiddles' hungry maw. But this was not the main thrust of his maneuver. The tugging was expertly timed to put this thing off its upward swing against Kronan, who came down hard into the ground instead. Luckily, he landed on his face, so no real harm was done. Kronan rolled up. Tiddles was still chomping through the tree like it was a particularly tasty treat, when we all know that shrubs and ferns are really for widow bunnies. Yet, he was dealing real damage. The thing tried its psycho bellow again, but as it opened its mouth, Kronan leaned backwards and then hefted forward and lobbed his chopper right into the center of its gob. The thing was hit in its weakest spot, and the chopper came out the other side, oceans of sap following it. The sentient psychopherne now moaned deep and low as Kronan stood up and aimed his wrist-mounted ducker cannon at the rest of the wood attaching the head to the main trunk. Between his almost endless ducker blowing table-sized chunks off it with every impact, and Tiddles not just pulling its bark off, but yanking it down as well, the sentient psychopherne of Ramalama Ding Dong 4 did not last. It toppled backwards, and the landing knocked what remained of its head from its mangled upper trunk. Its branches went still, and it seemed to rapidly decay before their very eyes. Over the next hour, the clashing between Kronan's own mobs generally calmed down, and the Mork rampant hove into strike range. And with one signal from Kronan, a herd of stampeding gargantuan squigoths was teleported down 5 at a time. The tow facilities were then flattened as the mighty squigoths broke down anything in their path, and the colossal darker on their backs was levelled at everything that evaded their charges. The fact that the tow forces were coming out of a psychedelic enthrallment that had been years in the making added to the confusion for these poor sods. Not even with the cattle suits fighting as hard as they could was it possible for them to contend with the power of the War. And by the end of the next day, not a single tow, firecast, or Groot lived on the entire planet. Kronan had done it again. He had conquered another world. Now, it was time to take his winning streak to the stairs. for his next target was that rapscallion and rascal Elder Corsair Admiral, Yanes Blonde.